I do kind of sound like Eric.
Just deeper voice and like the accent.
Yeah, it does sound like Eric. That one didn't. Okay, wait. I'm gonna try sound like Eric. I don't even know what Eric sounds like, but wait, do I? I do. Hey, it's Eric. I am a Minecraft streamer.
You go to
I'm going to play
impersonate him, and
Minecraft.
here's your first thing. You go, "Hey, it's Eric," like as
Hey,
if he ever does
it's Eric.
that.
Guys, it's me. I play Minecraft and stream it.
Wow, that really gives it away.
What?
Nothing.
I gotta go.
No, you don't. What are you guys up to today?
Nothing.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Dream.
Hi, George.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Why are you mocking me?
Because you're very mockable.
It's not funny. What? Wait, what happened?
It's off.
It's me. Wait, what? No, it's not.
I
It's
could
not.
tell. I could tell
Wait,
before.
what
That's why I
happened?
said it.
No.
Because when you were going wow, like it sounded like you normally. And I was like, what? But you were
No,
doing some, like,
that didn't.
high-pitched voice.
It glitched. It glitched. It glitched. When I turn on the voice, like the that thing, it resets the pitch, the middle. That's crazy.
Mm.
So it muffined me, if you will. No, it did.
I am the Muffin Man.
Okay. I didn't ask.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah. So. Well. Yet another dream podcast. What will happen today? What's on the menu? What have you even talked about so far?
Nothing.
Wow. What a stimulating
Why is
podcast.
erection trending in the United States?
I'll give you an idea. You want me to tell you why?
Yeah.
It's got something to do with sapnap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? What does that have to do?
I don't know. It's something to do with him. Should I do my sapnap tweet right now? Do you remember the sapnap tweet?
No.
The one that was like potentially maybe mean. But I thought it was funny anyway.
Good.
Should I? Do you remember what it was?
Yeah.
This one?
Are you DMing me?
Yeah. I reply with that.
I thought you were talking about like your actual tweet idea.
I don't know what that one
Or
is.
like you were gonna tweet it or you were gonna reply to my tweet.
No, that one. The one that I messaged you.
I mean that's you could. Obviously it's just making fun of Safnaf and he's gonna reply and he's gonna roast you. But it is funny.
Should I do it?
You can.
No, should I do it? You don't answer. You can. Obviously, I know I can. I've literally got it typed out. I just have to click my mouse. Like, obviously, I can. I'm not asking if I can.
Yeah, you're just like trying to involve me. So if someone gets mad at you, you'll be like, Dream said to do it. That's why I'm saying you can.
Just say
Like,
yes or no.
I'm allowing you, George. You're allowed to.
I don't need to be allowed. I can do it. I'm not asking for permission. I don't need your permission.
Yeah. Well, you have it.
Wait, I have it. Did you say?
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, never mind. I don't need it. I'm an idiot. I thought you was okay.
Oh, that sounded like you needed it.
No, I don't. You confused me.
How did I confuse you?
I don't know.
yourself.
I think I confused myself. Whatever. Same thing. It's now the same. All right. Look, am I tweeting it or not? Just say yes or no.
You can. Oh my god! I'm not asking if you can.
Oh, look, everyone else is saying yes, so it's their fault if Samnap cries about it.
Okay.
Should I do it, Dream? All right, whatever. I don't even care. If he gets mad, I literally don't care. It's just Samnap. Like he doesn't matter.
What? Okay, take that back. Come on.
All right, should I tweet it or not? Just say yes or no. Oh my god, say yes or no.
What? Why are you like? Why am
Say
I?
yes or no.
You can.
Oh my god. Just say it's funny. You already said it was funny. You already said that. It's funny, isn't it? All right, I'm gonna do it. I've already. Okay, look. I'm holding left click on the reply button. If I don't even have to click it now. I'm already halfway done. If I let go of my mouse, it does it. Oh my god, do I do it? Okay, I'm like overhyping it. It's not even that big of a deal. Like, even if he did it to me, I wouldn't even care.
You think it's special? George does this about literally almost every decision he makes. Like he'll just be like, "Should I do it? Should I do it?" And then just go on.
Alright,
about
fine.
for, like,
I did
10
it. I don't
minutes.
care. Whatever. Cool. I did it. I'm awesome. I'm awesome. I'm so awesome. He's gonna be mad at me.
You go, I don't need your permission. Yeah, well, you have it. And you go, I have it? Wait, I don't need it.
Look, it's just I
How
thought it
was
was
that
funny.
Yeah, I'm sure you thought it was funny.
It is funny. He's gonna like this is
He's
okay.
gonna go
This
nuclear.
he's gonna like do something bad.
He's gonna go nuclear.
He's gonna do something bad to me.
Like what?
I don't know. He's gonna retaliate. Like this was just a
He might.
funny joke, but then he's gonna take it seriously. I messed up. I shouldn't have done it. Should I delete it before he sees it?
You are so like indecisive.
Oh
You're gonna reply
God.
something. You're gonna reply something. You're gonna reply something mean to my tweet. To be clear,
What was your tweet?
my tweet, like my main tweet,
Let me
not
see.
about Sabno. You're gonna reply about me.
Which one? The most recent tweet?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Should I do that as well?
No.
Why?
I'll retaliate.
I'm going crazy. I'm gonna roast everyone. All right, I'm gonna do it. I'm replying to your tweet right now. No, don't do it. Explain that then.
That
Idiot.
was gross, George. That was gross. What?
It's funny because someone quote tweeted me and said George is being nice. No, it's the
I
opposite.
saw that.
I'm not being nice.
I saw that. And I was like,
It's
how is it
actually
nice?
being
To be
mean.
fair, that
I'm-
maybe they're just roasting down. They're like, come on, a 5. That's being nice. Come on, like maybe that's what they're saying.
Wait, no, there's no way. I don't.
I don't think that's what they meant though. I think that they just
That's
were
funny. I have to look at it
wrong.
like that though.
I think they just misunderstood. But who's an MCC that I can reply adding?
Someone who's a 5.
No, someone that's not a 5. That way, they know they're not. Oh, okay.
Oh, no, don't steal my meme.
I'll
You're just
steal
gonna
it. I'm
steal my
stealing it. I'm
meme.
stealing it and doing someone else.
You're stealing my meme. Why would you steal my
People
meme?
saying- if you were saying Illumina would be kind of funny. Okay. All right, fine. I'm not gonna do it. It's just it's just too mean. Like I can't do it. I'm too nice. I'm not gonna do it.
I don't even know what Illumina looks like.
Yeah, you do.
I don't think I do.
You do.
Maybe. Does that sound weird?
Does that sound like Star Wars? Sounds like R2D2.
Whoa.
Huh?
Huh? What?
Oh, I mean,
You're an idiot.
I meant to lock like the actual podcast, and I locked the.
Oh my god, he locked the wrong
chat.
room. He's an idiot.
Yeah, you better lock your room, George.
What? Why?
Because then I would break down your door and kill you.
Oh. Okay. Interesting that you would do that. Mildly interesting, I guess.
Mildly.
um. So.
What was the video that you're releasing? It'll be out at noon. It's not like a it'll be on the Dream Shorts channel. It's not a Dream Short though. You'll see. Any of you guys at VidCon? Question mark? Any of you guys going to VidCon? Question mark? Someone said me. To be fair, they might not be here if they're going to VidCon. I am. Yeah. Well, there's something cool with VidCon. I did something with YouTube, and so it's involved with that. And there's something as well for people that are at VidCon that you guys will be able to partake in that is related to me. And
Oh my god.
I can't reveal too much, so but yeah. That'll be
Wow.
at noon, I think. 3 hours or whatever, 3.5 hours. I'll be able to talk about it, I think. So and VidCon starts today, right?
Mm.
Yeah. YouTube is always very cool. You know what? I'll say it. I'll say it. I love YouTube. YouTube is they've been amazing to me. They've treated me very, very well, and they're on top of their game compared to most social
Oh,
media
you
sites.
love YouTube.
I do. They're very great.
Wow. What do you want to do with YouTube?
I don't know, I guess. Keep doing what I've
If you love
been
if you
doing,
love
you
them
know?
so much.
Fine.
Hello?
Yeah.
Fine, I turned it off. Wow, are you happy now? Are you happy now?
Yes.
I kind of like having it on. I don't know why.
No.
I just do. It's nice. Funny.
No.
I like it.
No.
I like it.
I don't like it.
Well, I don't care what you like.
You do, and you
I
will.
don't. What? No, I won't.
You will, and you are.
You are. That's like 2 letters. You are.
It's, yeah.
Kind of crazy, right? You are.
Yeah.
Yeah. How does yeah work? Like, yeah. It doesn't sound like anything. Yeah. It's like, you know? Yeah. It doesn't sound like a
Probably-
real word.
That's probably why. It's a sound of like affirmation.
Interesting. It's very interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Think about it. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
It's cold.
It's
Hey,
not
fine,
actually. It's
turn on my
actually
fan.
hot. It's actually hot.
What is
I'm serious. It's hot. It
the
It
temperature?
is. Yes, the temperature.
Not. I'm cold at least. I am cold.
I'm hot. I'm hot, I said. Dream?
Hmm.
I said I'm hot. No, I just said I'm hot. I don't know.
Okay, fine. I'll give you my validation, George.
What?
You're validated.
What do you mean, though? Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, I'm not gonna say it.
Say what?
Alright, whatever. You're an idiot.
I'm just saying, like, it's hot in here. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it probably is. Because you
It
don't have
is?
AC. Because you're an idiot.
I'm not.
No, the whole country doesn't have it. Well,
I
yeah.
don't. What?
It's dumb.
How? 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 How doesn't even sound like a real word. It doesn't. It literally doesn't. How? What is? How? How?
You are being dumb.
How? I don't know. Kind of weird. I'm looking at version history of Mac OS, and it's kind of interesting. It
Yeah.
used to be Mac OS X, and then the name,
Mhm.
which was it was always like a cat. Mac OS Cheetah, Mac OS Puma, Mac OS
And then it
Jaguar,
became
Mac
like
OS
a
Panther.
mountains.
And then it became, instead of Mac OS X, it became just OS X. But they were still cats. It was OS X Lion, OS X Mountain Lion, And then they transferred it to like places. OSS Mavericks, Yosemite, El Capitan. And then they changed it from OS X to just Mac OS. And before it was capital MAC space capital O capital S Mac OS, like 2 words.
Yeah.
But now it's lowercase Mac capital OS, all one word. And it's places. Like, why have they
It's
changed
not
the
places, it's
formatting?
mountains. They're all mountains, right? They're all mountain ranges.
I don't know. Monterey, Big Sur,
I'm pretty sure they're all
Catalina. I don't know. I don't know what they are. But it's like, why have they changed it 3 times? You know? Like, why did they do that? Explain.
I don't know. I'm guessing it's just make it more appealing. They're gonna
I
run out of cash
actually
eventually. They're not gonna run out of mountains for a long while. And then the whole like changing it to Mac OS makes more sense than OS X. And in the X, I'm sure it's probably Roman numerals. So I'm guessing that probably was a version. And once it got off that version, then it changed as well. That could be an explanation potentially.
No. You see, that's where you're wrong. Because it's always been version 10, which is X in Roman numerals, up until the last 2 versions where it was 11 and then 12. It's been 10 this whole time. Why has it been 10 for so long? Why was it 10 for so long?
That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying if it was 10, then it wasn't. You're saying Mac OS X was X was removed, right? You said.
It was removed before it changed, though. It was still 10 when they removed it.
What was it? 10 point what though? 10.11, 10.12
10.12.
when it was removed.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Doesn't make sense. You know, I agree with them. I think the current formatting they have is the best.
I agree. Yeah.
But
also,
then,
yeah. Interesting.
but it is interesting. Were they just like, we kind of messed up. Let's change it back. But to be fair, I also think the original's pretty good. I think the middle one was by far the worst. OS X. Why would they do that? That's so stupid. They didn't even have Mac in the name. Maybe they were
Yeah,
like,
that's fair.
ooh, because maybe they were thinking they're gonna put it on everything. Like, we don't want it to be called Mac OS because then we're limited to Macs, you know? Because
Maybe.
they wanted to put it on iPads, I think. Like, they're trying to like make iPads more like a computer. And
But I
maybe
feel
they're
like
thinking,
it's
oh,
more
we're gonna
like
put
I feel like it's probably more in line to like make it match their like make it match their other OSs.
Look, someone's getting ratioed in the chat. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it. They're ratioed. They're fucking ratioed. And they showing their profile picture.
This
and
is
they're
like
so
the most
ratioed.
interesting conversation that's ever
Wait,
occurred
look,
in this Discord.
because my guess would be that
Today we've said nothing. We've said nothing of value. This is the only somewhat interesting thing so far.
Hey, George, look, they're being an idiot. It's fine. Leave them alone.
Okay, maybe it's not that interesting actually, but it's probably more interesting than me going, oh, why is it doesn't sound like anything. And how? I don't know. Anyway.
I was gonna say is they all the other things like there's iOS, right? There's like Watch OS,
Yeah.
Mac OS. So I'm guessing they might have changed it to make it more in line with like the other shit. Because like I'm pretty sure iOS wasn't always iOS. I'm pretty sure it used to be called iPhone OS.
Fine, I'll look it up. iOS history. Version history. I think it was always iOS, but I'm not sure.
I guess it could have been.
Oh! It was iPhone OS 1.
Yeah.
And then iPhone OS 2, iPhone OS 3.
Yeah, and then it was changed.
Whoa. And then they changed it to iOS. iOS 4 was the first iOS. It was iPhone OS. Isn't that crazy? Imagine it was called iPhone OS 15. That just sounds stupid.
Yeah.
Huh. Incredible discovery. But then they have iPad OS.
I feel like it's just they have iPad OS. No, they don't. It's iOS. It's the same.
No, it's not.
Well,
not.
maybe it used to be, but now it's iPad. It's iOS. It's just the same.
I don't know.
I'm
Do you have an
pretty
iPad near you?
Sure. No.
Go get it, and then
No.
go to the About section and see what it says. Because it might say iPad OS. You go to settings,
I'm like
general, about.
99.9% sure. It's iOS. I don't need to look.
All
It's
right.
iOS.
Who is anyone
It's
in the chat
iOS,
currently
I'm
on an
not either.
iPad?
It is iPad
Someone
OS.
said it is iPad OS. I have one in front of me right now.
No
Okay, someone
shot.
who is on an iPad, we need more confirmation. Go to
It might
About,
be
go to your settings, then go General, and then do Software
iPad
Update.
OS.
Does it
I
say
don't know.
iPad OS or does it say iOS? It says iPad OS.
Wow.
iOS.
I
Wait,
guess
iPad
now
OS
there
or
might be
iPad?
there might be
iPad
features that
OS.
when is it? How long has it been iPad OS? Was that's
I think
a
it's fairly
recent thing, I'm
new
guessing.
because
I'm
they
saying
made it.
that
They
has
made
to
it
be
different.
that has to be since I worked at Apple. So it has to be in the last it has to be in the last 3.5 years. Has to be. There's
It's
no way.
from June 3rd, 2019.
That makes sense. There we go. We know the timing.
Well, actually, that's when iOS 13 was released, which is probably around the time iPad OS 13 came out, I'm guessing.
Yeah, they would do it at the same time.
Someone said ask Quackty. Okay, I'm asking him. I'm gonna ask him. Oh, because he's an iPad kid. I get it. I just
Like,
thought.
it was the same. Like I
just thought you were
never
saying
knew
ask
I
Quackty
never knew
because
there was
like
a different
maybe he'll
software.
know.
Because I worked there in 2018. I worked there.
I worked there in 2015. So what?
This is funny.
Why is that funny?
This is funny.
Okay.
I was gonna say that's like too long ago, but like I guess you would have been like 32 or something at that time. So
Mm-hmm. All right. Are you happy the iOS conversation is over now?
no, it's not. We're bringing it back. Yeah, so like I think like it's obviously redundant them having the X there because like people probably don't even understand that it's a 10 because they're idiots.
Oh.
So yeah.
Well, the idiots. They didn't realize the X is Roman numerals. They're so stupid. So what?
Look at this.
Fine, I'll look.
It just came on my timeline. I thought it was funny. And I didn't say it out loud.
What? I don't get it. Is it like serious or something?
Yeah. Well,
That's
it's not a
funny.
joke. So it's serious. Funny.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of funny.
It's humorous.
I bet. All right, fine. Let's talk about WatchOS.
Okay.
WatchOS history. Let's see. Let's see if it has had any different
Was it
names. Do
called
you think it's had?
Apple
Do you think it's?
WatchOS at
Do you
some
think
point?
it?
It might have been.
What do you think? Answer now. You have 3 seconds.
No, I think it's always been the same. I think it's been WatchOS.
You're wrong.
Fuck.
I'm joking. You're right. Oh my god, he's
Yeah,
right. He's just always right. How does he do it? WatchOS 1 through WatchOS 9. All right, guess when WatchOS 1 came out. What was the exact release date? Guess. 3.
June 17th, 2016.
That was close.
What was the
April
guess?
24th, 2015.
Okay.
Pretty close. You're like a year off.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll say it. What is the point of Apple Watches?
It's like I guess first of all, you can have
And
a lot of
why
stuff
aren't they called iWatches?
because
Explain that.
that sounds weird. That sounds weird.
I don't think it does.
iWatch
Why is it called not an Apple phone then?
because
iPhone?
that sounds weird.
I think iPhone sounds just as weird as iWatch. I guess it's weird because it's like iWatch, like I'm watching
Yeah.
you. Maybe.
And then also it's like I don't know. I think Apple Watch sounds better. Maybe it's just because I'm used to it.
But then I think
Yeah.
Apple phone would be better than iPhone. Or maybe not. I don't
I
know.
don't think so. Yeah.
Alright. They need to rebrand it to Apple phone. I guess
but, like,
Apple phone
the
Apple phone
watch- the
sounds
watch-
stupid as well. It's like, oh, what, the phone made of an apple? But then so does Apple Watch.
But then everyone, the difference is when they made iPhone, no one knew what Apple was. But well, like a lot of people knew what Apple was, but like it was still a blooming company. Whereas like when they made the watch, Apple was like everyone knows what Apple was. So Apple Watch, like using Apple now,
So then are they gonna change it ever? I guess they probably won't. iPhone's too iconic.
no, iPhone's too iconic.
What if it was called
I think like the new
an
shit, they'll probably
iMacBook? It used to be. Wait, I have law. It used to be called the iBook. I'm
Oh.
pretty sure. iBook. It is. It was called an iBook. So why did they change it to MacBook? Like iBook is just as makes sense as like iPhone. Why is it called a MacBook?
well, I think 'cause
Explain that one.
They made it. I think the Mac. I don't know.
It was called the
someone said-
iBook.
Someone said Macintosh is a type of apple.
Like an actual like edible apple.
I'm guessing. Yeah.
Macintosh apple. Oh, it is. But it's spelled different. It's like MC instead of MAC.
But there is the iMac. There is the iMac. And I guess they probably did they called it the then the iBook just sounds weird because it sounds like it's like a book. Like that makes sense, I guess.
Why didn't they just call it the iLaptop?
Because then it's not like
I guess that's why they didn't do it, because it sounds stupid.
Yeah.
MacBook. Honestly, I think MacBook sounds stupid as well.
I don't think MacBook does not sound as
I think you're used to it.
iPhone.
I remember this is actually somewhat of a vivid memory somehow. I remember this was back when I literally think the MacBook just came out, or like it would start being named MacBook, because it was, I don't know, I think it was new. And I was at my friend's house and they had one, and she said, "Oh, can you go get the MacBook?" And I remember thinking, MacBook? That sounds so stupid. I actually remember thinking that. Anyway, that's the story. So
Yeah,
I
that
think you're
makes
just
sense.
used to it.
Yeah.
MacBook.
That makes sense.
It does sound stupid. Get the MacBook. Would you call it a MacBook or would you call it a laptop?
I call it like right now, I call it a MacBook.
Why though? I think
It's
I would
just
call it a
so,
laptop.
like, it's so whatever. I guess it's so
It's so whatever. There you go. It's
so
just whatever.
iconic. Like, you
Hmm.
call it like an iPhone instead of phone.
I don't think I do. No, you don't. No, you don't. If your phone was on the table, you wouldn't say, "Pass me my iPhone."
I
You'd
guess
say,
that's true,
"Pass
yeah,
my
you could say
phone."
pass my phone. Yeah.
You would not say iPhone.
That's true.
I just
kinda
caught you
true.
lying. Why would you lie?
I didn't lie. I
You
just-
lied. You lied.
What?
You lied.
Yeah, I think sometimes I would say laptop for sure. Like pass me my laptop. I guess I would say I would say that. I wouldn't say pass, but then
I
definitely
don't
could
think
see
I would say
myself
pass my
saying,
MacBook. I wouldn't say that.
You got my MacBook.
Hmm.
I could see myself saying both. I think it depends who I'm saying it to as well.
I think I would almost always say laptop and phone. I don't think I would ever say iPhone or MacBook.
I think I definitely I don't think I definitely wouldn't say iPhone, but
Mm.
anyway.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Mm.
Mm.
Mm. Hmm.
Word hunt update, sure. I'll brag about my word hunt wins, of course. I have 2,571.
Mm. Wow.
I'll send one to George. He's not gonna play it, but I'll send it. He'll play, but he'll lose very badly.
Wow. Crazy.
What are you doing?
Just some stuff.
Like?
I'm considering clicking a button that's gonna purchase something expensive that I don't really want to buy, but I kind of have to.
Well,
I'm one button away. Okay, people are reading into this now. It's not what you think it is.
people like he doesn't want to buy it, but he feels like he has to.
That doesn't even make that doesn't even make
I know, that's
sense.
what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense.
That doesn't even make sense. And also, I wouldn't even be buying that. So, hmm.
That's trash.
You're trash. Hmm.
I have a headache.
Cool.
I just took Tylenol. Wait, does Tylenol help with headaches? I took it because I think it does, but maybe it doesn't.
Mm.
It does. Okay.
Wow. Crazy. Oh, God.
What? You're like, I
I
don't
have
want
to
to
make
do it.
I have to make an account. No. What was that?
What was what?
You just like crunched something.
I didn't crunch anything.
What was it then?
I don't know.
Well, obviously you did something.
I didn't do anything.
Okay. You guys heard it, didn't you? Look, you can't like pretend like you didn't do it. Everyone's here listening.
I didn't do anything.
Obviously, you did.
Okay, I didn't.
Everyone's saying ice. It could be ice, but I don't think it is. I think it was something else. I think it was something else. Oh no.
What?
I didn't save my password. Alright, well. That's awesome. I guess I'd have to reset my password. Oh! Wait. I've got it. I'm a genius. I am a genius. How do I log out? I found it. Log in. Does my password work? It works. Okay. It emptied my basket.
Hmm?
Unable to add to your basket. Why? I don't know. I do not know. Imagine it's gone out of stock. Oh my god, please, no. Please, like, what is
I did tell you
happening?
to just go in.
Well, they wouldn't have had it, so. Because they don't actually have it in the store. I checked.
Mm.
So good job. You'd be wrong, and I would have wasted my time. It literally doesn't work. I can't even give them my money. Take it. Take it. Get it over with.
Take his money.
Can you buy it?
No.
Please.
No. Like this
Please.
is you.
Please.
This is me. Exactly where I'm supposed to be at.
Unable to add to basket. Why? Okay. Okay. It's fine.
I have to pee.
I don't care.
BRB.
Oh my god, it's in my basket. How is it in my basket? I don't know. It's there now. Oh my god. It's in the basket? Is this what I want? I think it is. Oh. Go to checkout.
All right, I'm back.
Hmm.
Oh, my blankets over here.
Choose a payment method.
Ew.
What's your card, Drew? You
I look.
DM it to me.
I'll tell you what my card is if you. What's something you can do? All right, guess what the lowest my heart rate was last night while I was sleeping.
If I get it, you're gonna pay for
If you
it.
get it on the dot, the exact number, I will consider.
Okay, lowest your heart rate was. Okay.
Like it's like Googling like what is this? What's that?
No,
So,
I'm looking for something. Where is it?
wait, you're
Where
looking
is
oh, I know
it?
what you're looking for. You're looking for what it was another night because I sent it before.
Where did he send it? Where
Look,
did he
don't look
send
for
it?
that. It's cheating.
No, I need it. Where did he
You
send
don't
it?
need it.
Did he wait? Where did he send that? Where did he send
George,
that?
you
What?
don't need it. Look, guess.
I want to know where you sent it. Where did you send it?
Guess. Guess.
I'm thinking. Wait. I'm not
Guess.
thinking. Okay. Wait. Low. Okay. Hang on. Normal heart rate when sleeping. Okay. This is what I was thinking. Okay. Whoa. Between 40 to 50 is considered average. That's pretty low.
Hmm.
Can you give me a range?
No.
Okay, well, obviously it's between like 30 to like 80. Surely. It's surely in that range. So realistically, it is like a 2% chance that I get it. And it's probably like, I think realistically it's between 30 and 60. So it is like a 1 in 30, which is like a 1 in 3. And 30 is pretty low. So I don't think it's that low. I'm going to go with, oh my God, this is such a hard decision. If I get it right, wait, I want you to have a screenshot ready so I know you're not lying.
You're an idiot. No.
Yeah.
I already said I would only consider it. So it doesn't even if you get
Oh
it,
my God.
I'm not gonna lie about whether you get it.
All right. Ready? 48.
It was 47.
What?
It was 47. I'll show you. Look.
Okay, I was one off. Do something.
No, look.
Oh my God. 47. I was one
Well,
off.
yesterday's was 42. So
I was one off. I was one off. Now I don't even want to buy it anymore. That just seems like I feel like I got scammed. So if I got it, would you have bought it?
Probably not.
You wouldn't have,
Probably not.
but you said you would.
No, I didn't. I said to consider it. I would have considered it because it would have been kind of epic. What I probably would have done is I would have said, okay, now 100%. If you get the highest, then I will I will buy it. That's what I probably would have done. I'd have been like, all right, now I'm considering it, so now I'll give you the secondary option. But
Whatever. I'm buying it right now. This is so much money for something that I don't even really want. I bought it.
and I sent it in the Snapchat group chat, by the way.
What?
That's where I sent it. That's why you couldn't find it.
Oh, my bank's making me approve it. I don't want to approve it. Fine, I approved it. Whatever. My money's gone. Are you happy now?
Yeah.
It's gone. It's gone. I can't get it back.
That's kind of crazy. You're one off. That's crazy.
Yeah. I don't think it was really that crazy, to be honest. I mean, if you think about it, like,
It's not that crazy, but it is.
I guess, like, kinda. I mean, Google literally said it's between 40 to 50. So I mean, it was like a 1 in 10.
Yeah, but I don't think that's right. I don't know if that's right.
Well, it was between that rate.
Yeah.
Is yours
Yeah,
typically
mine-
between that rate or what?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
You're like, oh, I mean, doesn't seem right, but I mean, I fit that, so I don't
Well,
know.
yeah, but I feel like it's different. Everyone's heart rate is different depending on like health
That's
and
true.
shit.
It is. But it's an average.
Yeah. Yeah. Like my lowest was 42 yesterday while I slept.
Try to get a sub 40.
I think I have. I'm looking. No, I only to be fair, it's only been like a week though. I definitely will. If I had a 42 and I got 42, 44, 45, 47, 48, 42. That's like the lowest.
Hmm.
All right, what's my heart rate right now? Then maybe I'll consider reimbursing you.
68. Wait, no. 74.
48,
What? How are you
50.
alive?
51,
How are you alive?
56, 50.
Wait, I mean, I don't even know. Like, I don't know what mine is. Maybe it's normal. I don't even know what. I don't even know. Whatever. Give me something. Okay, give me something else.
I'm relaxed.
Give me something else that I can reimburse or whatever. Today.
No, yeah, mine ranges. Mine just depends on what I'm doing. I'm just literally
Oh yeah,
just doing
obviously.
nothing right now. Literally just laying in my
He's like,
laying down.
my
in
heart rate.
chair.
It
No,
it
people in
changes
chat are
depending
like,
on what I'm
"That's
doing.
so low." It's like, well, it is low, but it's not absurdly low. Like my average is definitely more. Even if I was to like get up and move, probably be. If I have it on a chart, I can see it at all times. I think my range is generally like, I don't know. I'd say like probably 55 to 85 probably. And then I'd say if I'm like working out or something, then it'd be more 100 or 95 or something. 100. It can be higher than that for sure. I don't check it that often, but it is cool. How do I see
Wow.
peak? I can have you guess peak. Peak day. Where do I see that? What do you think my peak was today so far since midnight?
75.
83.
I just can't win.
No, you can't. What's my average today since midnight?
68. What?
Oh wait, I don't think that's average. 1 second, let me find it.
Oh wait, it's probably lower. Wait, do you have the average?
Yeah, this actually, I don't know. I don't know if it says 50. I don't know if that's. I think it's, but it says, but I don't think that's right.
There's no way.
Yeah, I don't think that's right. It says that's the lowest average. I think that's
What does that
the
even
lowest.
mean?
The
Lowest
lowest is
average?
averaged over the period of like, because it only it takes it in like sections or whatever. You know what I mean? So maybe like, oh, the lowest I've averaged over a period of time. So I've gotten. Does that make
Mm,
sense?
it
So
does.
whatever the period of time that it measures it in, that's the lowest I think that I've.
What's the periods of
averaged.
time? Like a second?
I don't know. Maybe a minute, probably. It's beats per minute, I'm guessing. So where's, how do I see? What is HRV?
Which?
HRV.
Heart rate variability.
Mm. What was my average heart rate when I was sleeping? See, I don't know how it calculates. It says my resting heart rate is 47
Mm,
today. My resting heart rate is 47. But then my lowest heart rate is 47. I guess maybe that's what it calculates it. It's like, okay, if your lowest is you're resting, but then my average when I was sleeping was 51. It's like I was obviously sitting 47, like around in that range, like 47 to 55, like, or 53 or something, like the entire time. Looks like, yeah, it looks like I was at 47, like most 47, 48, like most of the night. But then since I've been awake, it's been higher.
mm.
You know what? Now my heart rate's 70.
What happened?
But I don't know.
You don't know. Your Honor, he doesn't know.
It's kind of cool, like looking at it. And if I like slow my breathing and like try and relax, and I can see the number dropping, and
Hmm.
it's like, okay, if I'm doing anything else, then it goes up. Cool. What are you doing?
Looking at something. I'm just looking, you know? Browsing, if you will. Why were you muted?
Hmm?
Why were you muted?
Because I wanted to be. It's none of your business.
Huh. Interesting.
Hmm.
Explain that.
No.
I'm gonna buy a new toothbrush head for my electric toothbrush. How do you know which one to get? They're all
You're just in
different.
your buying art.
Yeah. Which one should I get? Like they look different. Like look at this. You see this one? This one looks very normal, right? But then look at this one. It's like, hang on. Look at these ones. Those ones look better.
I don't know.
How do you know which one's the best?
I think I don't know.
Like this one's like a default one, but then the other one has all the bristles are kind of angled. Well, not all of them, but the outer ones are angled, so maybe they get in like deeper or something. I don't know. Is the
Yeah.
angled one better? I don't know. The angled ones are also cheaper somehow.
Mm.
I think all of these types fit my toothbrush. They just look different.
Yeah.
Angled bristles for deeper plaque removal. Up to 100% more plaque removal. 100% more than what? Nothing?
Holy shit. 100% more than a normal toothbrush.
Okay, let's see what the other one says. It also says up to 100% more.
Yeah, but it's comparing to like a normal toothbrush that doesn't have the special whatever.
No, like they both say the same thing. The angled one versus the non-angled one.
Yeah, I'm saying maybe okay, I don't know.
So many decisions. So many decisions. Okay. I guess I'll get the angled one because it sounds better. Fine, I'll get the angled one.
Yeah.
I'm spending money today. I'm buying something else as well.
Okay, fine. Keep buying. Keep going. Buy me something.
No. I'm
Please?
spending too much money today. This literally could be the most money I've spent in one day before.
That's doubtful.
I don't think it is.
I guess if you're counting, do you count taxes?
I wanna. Obviously not.
Okay. Maybe it is then. Could be.
That's
I
funny.
just checked the screenshot that I sent in the group, George, was 47.
Is that what I said?
No, you said 48.
They were
It
both
was
47?
47. It was 47. Right? I'm
Like
pretty
they were
sure.
both 47?
Yeah, like
The one
so
before?
the one
Oh, so
before.
if I
If you had
looked at it and
gotten
just.
if you had looked at
I
it and
don't think I
guessed
would
the
have said
same
the
as
same
it,
one. I don't think I would have said
it
the
would have
same.
been it. I just was curious.
That could have that could have made it worse because I feel like I wouldn't
Maybe.
have done the same.
Maybe you would have though, because were you like, oh, what are the odds?
It's probably less likely that it's the exact same as if it was going to be like a couple more or less, you know? I don't think I would have done the same. So, luckily I didn't find it. Is there a way to see your viewing history on Amazon? There is. Okay, amazing. Incredible.
I just got Shovel's sweatshirt. Like they just arrived. And my mom didn't know what they were and like opened them, and then she just texts me and says, "Can I have one of these?" And like a picture of it. Like I guess she likes it. And then didn't know if you were don't know if you were like expecting them or if someone just sent you something.
There's
So
like
I said,
there's multiple, right? Because it's for Sam now
yeah,
as well.
no, there's one of each color. And then I
Hmm.
my sweatshirt. But yeah, and then okay, thank you. But yeah, they look cool. They're cute. But yeah, she
So does she get one?
and I said I'll ask, I'll ask Shovel.
Oh, well, I can get another one.
Yeah. Hey, can my mom have one? My mom wanted it. Here, I'll just wait, is it out? It's out now, right? Shelby Shovel merch. Where is it? Is it out? Where is it?
Mm.
Is it not out?
I don't know. Oh my god.
I'm like scrolling her Twitter trying to find. Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, it's like, wait, is it out now or was it limited time? Is everyone like going to the site or something? It's like not letting me in. Let me in. Let me in. Okay, I'm in.
Lamau. I need to buy more deodorant.
Yeah, that's very clear to me.
Well, obviously not. You have no idea what I smell like.
I can smell you from here.
Obviously, you can't.
Can.
You know what's funny? I've been getting this like same deodorant for ages, and it's like not even that nice. So I could just
Why
get
are
a
you
new
getting it
one.
then?
I don't know. Can I get a different one? I don't know what to get though. There's so many different choices. The thing with buying off Amazon is you have to get them in packs. Like you can't just buy one because it's like kind of bulk. So if it's bad, I have loads of them. Hmm. And the one that I have, it's not bad. It's just not that good. It's it's acceptable. Hmm. Oh, this one you can get one of. It has a picture of a lemon on it. Does that mean it smells like a lemon? Lemon? Lemon scented? Is that good? I feel like that's not good. And why not? I don't think it. I don't even know. Does that mean it's lemon scented, or does it just mean it's like fresh? I don't know. I don't know what to get. Why is this so hard? I don't know why, but like I want the lemon one. I don't even know what mine smells like. It doesn't smell of anything. Like it doesn't smell like anything that I even know of. I don't think. It smells like a smell. I don't even know if it is lemon or if it's just a picture. It doesn't describe the smell at all. Whatever, I'm getting it. It's just a pack of one. If I don't like it, I don't like it. Whatever. I don't care. I got it. Pack of one. What if it sucks? Dream?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I was nothing.
Just go to the store. What do you mean go to the store? You can't even like... You're not really supposed to do that. You can't just go try out the deodorant.
You don't try it, you just smell it.
But you can't smell it. It doesn't smell of anything.
Huh?
And when it's fresh, it's not like you can just open it and smell it. I don't think you can. I don't think you can do that. Spray in the cap. Then if everyone does that, it's just gonna be empty. I don't think you're really allowed to do that. Oh, I'm just gonna go smell all of them. Okay, well, I'm not going to the store, so how about that? Okay. What else do I need? I don't know. I don't know if there's anything else. The worst thing is buying something and then forgetting something and then being like, ugh, could have included it in the order. Fine, I'm just ordering it, whatever. I can't be bothered to sit here and think anymore. I don't care. Proceed to checkout. I shall proceed.
I'm checking out as well.
What are you checking out?
I'm buying my mom, instead of asking trouble from her, I'm just buying it since it's out, so I feel bad asking. just, just buy it for my mom because she wants it.
Just give it to your mom.
But then I want to have one.
How many are there?
There's one of each.
What, there's two?
No, there's one of each item.
How many items are there total? Like how many?
3, I think. I think there's 2 sweatshirts and a hoodie and a hat. I think there's 4 actually.
So there's like 6 things in there.
What? There's one of each.
But yeah, there's like 6 though, because you said there's a sweat. Oh, there's only one of each. Oh, so you got 3.
Yes. One green
Yeah.
one like beige one or whatever the color is, and then another green but hoodie. So it's different.
Why don't you just all have one each? I guess you could just buy another one. Whatever. I don't care. Buy it. Fine, buy it. I don't
She
care.
liked
I don't
it,
care.
and if
I
she
buy
took
it. I
mine,
don't
then I
care.
wouldn't have
Buy
one.
it.
So I'm giving
Fine,
her
buy it. I don't care. Buy it. Literally buy it. Do it. See if I care. Because guess what? I also just bought something. I spent $100. Boom. Just like that. $100 gone. Never to be seen again.
All right. I have
All right.
purchased
All right.
shovel stocks rising.
Oh, it was $100 for deodorant, guys. I bought 100 of them.
You're an idiot.
No, I bought other things as well that I needed. I required them. I've got to go.
No.
Yes.
You're fine. Come back later.
I've got to shower.
Okay. You'll shower. You'll go to your whatever you need to, and then you'll be back in like an hour.
You're going to stay here for an hour on your own. Like
Alright.
an idiot. Should I bring you in the shower?
Yes.
Should I?
Yes. No, you shouldn't, because then if you do that, then it's just like annoying.
It's
It's
not. I
loud.
can do like.
Yeah,
It's
you
not
do
though.
that.
It's
Yeah,
not.
yeah, I know. You do that dumb thing, but it's annoying. It's still annoying.
Uh,
I guess it's not that annoying, but it's not whatever.
what does that mean? It's not
It's
whatever.
not it's not perfect. That's
Well,
not
yeah,
what I'm looking
obviously.
for. It's not ideal.
Hmm. So you don't want me to?
You can.
Okay. We're not doing this again.
Fine, just bring me. I don't care.
Okay, fine. I will. Hello.
Yeah.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh. Hello.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay. It's on, I think.
Nice.
Wait. It's broken.
How?
Wait. Oh, it's not. Talk.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm going to go shower,
Okay.
and you're coming with me.
Alright. Let's go.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Guess what?
What?
Actually, no. Never mind.
Uh. Hmm. Am I going to VidCon? No. But I will be there in spirit.
Did you say spirit?
Yeah. I did.
But I thought you didn't care about spirit.
I said something similar, not those exact words though. Will you kill George after he comes to America? Maybe. We'll just have to find out. Stay tuned. Yeah, maybe if I'm in a silly, goofy mood. I'm sleeping now. No one asked. Good night. Why do you keep podcasting so early? I don't know. Because I want to. Maybe because like there's not a lot of people on at this time, and like so I get bored, and then I'm like, I just want to, podcast. Why not? At least it's content. That's true. You better be content with the content that we present. You better be present and content with the content we present. Oh.
Hello.
Hello. Call me.
Can you hear the shower? Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Oh my
I mean, like,
god! Oh my
barely.
god! Oh my god! It fell on bro.
What?
I don't know why that happened, but the shower head, like it's one of the ones that you can remove and like hold. You know, it like
Yeah.
slides into the thing. It's never done that, but it fell out, and then the water started spraying everywhere. Oh my god! Okay, can you hear the water right now?
I mean, like, not really. It just sounds like your mic's shit.
Okay, well the shower is running.
Nice. Catch it.
Should I keep talking like this or should I mute my mic?
It's fine. I mean, it just sounds like you're
Hey,
like
what
on a
about-
big mic. Huh?
Does it still sound good now?
I mean, like, it sounds like you're far away.
Okay, well that's how it's gonna be.
That's messed up.
Okay, well that's how it's gonna be. Do
That's
you want it or
fine.
not?
As long as if you yell whenever you talk, then sure.
Okay.
Mm-mm-mm.
Hello?
Yeah.
I'm
Can hear
in
you
the
fine.
shower.
Yeah. We
I'm
can hear you.
here.
That's
I'm in it.
epic.
It's hard to hear you. Say something.
Yeah.
You say yeah?
I screamed.
Oh, okay, you screamed, I heard it. I can hear you kind of. Oh my
Let's
god, the
go.
shower's hot. Why is it so hot?
Fix it.
I turned it down. Okay, it's better.
What was I saying? I was saying something.
What?
Nothing.
I can't. Okay, you said nothing. Well, obviously you said something.
I said nothing to you.
Okay, shut up.
Ba, 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 ba. So how is your shower, George? Like your only shower for the month?
What?
How is your only shower for the month?
It's amazing. Wow. I can't believe I'm gonna have to wait another 3 days.
Dream. Why don't you just go to the UK and face reveal there? All right, here. That's actually I'm acting like it's dumb. It is dumb. It is a dumb question, but I'll explain why it's dumb because I don't think it's fair to just be like that's dumb and then not explain why it's fair. I have first of all, it's very risky going to the airport and going there, just getting there. But let's say assume I'm able to get there. Assume I'm able to get there perfectly fine. Nobody recognizes me. No one recognizes my name or my voice or my look or anything. I get there successfully. And then I'm able to get to him. Then I face reveal. And then I'm in like an unknown place with like George just alone, who's obviously useless compared to where I am now because Sapnap when he was there was like left out to dry. And I'm just like there. And my initial whatever of doing things is like me being in an unknown location out with no resources, not being able to do anything with George. Like, and George doesn't know anything, and George doesn't even know how to drive. Like, what are we gonna do? And then I'm like, that's it. Whereas if we're here in America, and then also then like I'll have to, and to be fair, I guess people are gonna like clip this and be like, "Aw," like I have to leave then. Like, the whole point is he's gonna come here and he's gonna stay. Like what? I go over there. We spend like a week or something. I face reveal and then I just leave. That's just lame. That would suck. And then like me and Sapnap are out like doing shit without George as well. Like it is just dumb. It is dumb. And also to be fair, like we have a whole like game plan for the face reveal and for our meetup and shit that only really works here. So but anyway, yeah, you're dumb. Um Can you please unlock the podcast? No. Do you like listening to music in the shower? I don't mind. Oh, and yeah, I just realized as well, like guys, I can't even go to the UK. I don't have a passport. I don't know why I just thought of that, but yeah, I'm sure I'll get one at some point. I'm sure I will get one. Because I want to travel. I had a passport, but it is expired. Anyway. What's your favorite snack? I don't know. I don't know. Are you planning to visit Europe once George gets to Florida once in your face real? I mean, probably next year. I think we'll probably visit. We'll probably go to. I mean, at least I plan on traveling in like future. I'd say I'll probably go to the UK and stuff at some point next year probably. I can't see us doing it this year. It was definitely maybe Meg. Just to clarify.
Hello?
George?
I just washed my hands.
You just washed your what?
My hair.
Oh, your hair.
Yeah.
Nice.
With my 7-in-1.
That's perfect. It's my favorite stuff.
Isn't it crazy how they made shampoo, conditioner, body wash, toothpaste, um, mouthwash, all into one thing?
Yeah.
Face wash.
Yeah.
Six. What's the seventh? I don't even know. You just use it for everything. It's like magic.
Yeah.
There's a hair in
I'm
my
sure
mouth.
the 7th is deodorant.
What?
Deodorant.
It's not deodorant. How would it work as deodorant?
It just is.
It doesn't.
Do you wear socks to bed? No. Why is it cold? I don't get it. Is it colder outside today or something? I feel like the inside temperature is always the same, and I'm cold somehow. Oh, it is colder
What?
today, I think. Oh, it is colder out. It's not that much colder out, but it is colder out. Oh, yeah, it is.
What?
I'm not talking to you, you stupid idiot. It is colder out. It's cold. It's a little bit colder today than it has been. Yeah. It's like 80 instead of 85 or something. Which I guess makes the inside colder somehow. '80 isn't cold. What I'm saying is like it's noticeably colder inside somehow. Even though the temperature inside is set at like, I don't know, 60 something, 69, 68. But then like it's like noticeably colder outside, which I guess makes it colder inside. Because I'm guessing that it makes it, I don't know. I don't know why. It's just I could tell that it's colder outside. That it's not ultra hot outside. Fahrenheit is dumb. Fahrenheit is great. Fahrenheit is perfect for us to describe how hot it is because it's basically we're describing on a 0 to 100 scale.
It's bad.
But for like science,
It's bad.
Celsius is better. I feel like it's bad. Why is it bad? Explain. I think you're an idiot.
It's worse.
How?
It just is.
How?
You don't need to know when a 0 to
That's
100
not
is
an
work.
argument. Celsius is better for science, but Fahrenheit is better for people.
It's not.
It is. Just
Everyone knows Celsius as well. It works.
No.
Yes.
If you just asked a random person and you gave a temperature and you asked a random person who did not have an exposure to any temperature at all, Fahrenheit would be closer to what they would say if they were to pick a number.
Maybe. They might pick between 1 and 10. And then it would actually probably be closer to Celsius. So explain that.
I'm saying if you told somebody a temperature, they'd more accurately be able to choose what it is. Like if you went up to a random person who, let's say that they're like in some like, you know, like tribe in like an island or something that had no exposure to anything, it doesn't know the temperature system, and they say, you're telling them how hot it is, and you say, okay, it's you know, fucking 32 degrees Celsius or something.
I don't think they would say, yep, that's the temperature water freezes at.
What?
I don't think they would say, yes, that's cold enough to the point where it's going to freeze water. They would say it's warmer.
What? No, I'm saying compare. I'm talking about Celsius.
Celsius makes sense.
It doesn't make sense on a human scale.
If you told someone that has no idea about any kind of temperature scales, and you said the temperature is 32, what do you think it is? I don't think they would say freezing. They would say, they just wouldn't. They would be like way more towards warm than cold.
But you can say the same thing about Celsius, but with like when it becomes like hot, like what's the hottest temperature that you could possibly imagine on Earth? And like it'd be like fucking, I don't know, a dumb
It'd be like 1,000.
what?
I don't know.
1,000?
Yeah.
I'm saying, if you ask the average person to rate how hot it is outside or cold it is outside on a scale of 1 to 100, Fahrenheit would be pretty close to what they would say in terms of the temperature.
I think
Like,
Celsius.
even people that use Celsius, if you said, George, tell me on a scale of 1 to 100 how hot it is outside today, you would the temperature would be
You're putting on a
way
scale of
closer
1
to
to
Fahrenheit.
100.
It'd be way closer to Fahrenheit.
Well, yeah, because then on a scale of 1 to 100, the average temperature would be like a nice temperature would be 50, which is ridiculous in Celsius. That's a dumb argument.
That's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous. But I'm saying in terms of humans, that's how we like take things in. Celsius is better in terms of science. Obviously, everyone agrees with that.
Better in terms of everything.
I disagree.
Oh, well, I guess you're wrong. Isn't that crazy?
I'm not. I'm factually right. I'm objectively right. It's not even an opinion. It's objectively
opinion.
right. It's
You're
not
wrong.
opinion. I disagree.
wrong.
I think
Look,
I disagree.
Everyone's saying
That's
that
opinion.
I'm right. Everyone's saying I'm right.
I think that objectively, Fahrenheit is better for human scale. Like if you're acting, I think objectively, if you were to take a scale to 1 to 100 and give it to a random person, even people who use Celsius, Fahrenheit would be closer and more accurate. Therefore, in terms of describing the temperature outside, Fahrenheit is better.
How are you supposed to describe the temperature outside if you have no idea of the scale? That's dumb. It's a dumb argument.
Well, no, it's not, because if right now, what I'm saying right now is you have a better understanding.
If I had
than
no
I do.
scale of the weather and you told me describe the weather, how would I do it?
What?
How am I meant to describe it?
I'm talking from perspective right now, George, where you know Celsius and I know Fahrenheit. Yet you could better know the temperature when I tell you a Fahrenheit temperature than I would know the temperature when you tell me a Celsius temperature. That's like a factual thing right now that we can do.
No, it's not.
Regardless of how. That is 100% accurate.
It's not.
It is.
It's not.
It is.
It's not.
How?
It just isn't.
How? How is it not? Explain. Your argument for everything is it just isn't.
Like,
And
if
I'm
I know
actually
nothing
arguing
about
facts.
Fahrenheit and you tell me it's 60 outside, how am I meant to know what that means? Just because I know Celsius, it doesn't change anything about Fahrenheit.
No, it does, because you know that on a scale of 1 to 100.
Why are you bringing this scale of 1 to 100 from?
Because that's easy for literally everyone in the entire world to understand. If I tell me the temperature from 1 to 100 on how hot it is, and you said, okay, it's about 60, and it was 60 degrees Fahrenheit outside, and it'd be 6 out of 10 in terms of temperature, if 10 was the hottest and 1 was the coldest. I'm not saying that it's factually right in every way. I'm saying in terms of, I think Celsius is better in most ways.
I've had this argument with Dream for like 20 times. I just can't be bothered. You can't win.
Yeah,
I think you're wrong,
right.
and that's okay. It's okay to be wrong.
I think that in terms of how humans interpret temperature on a scale of 1 to 100,
Humans don't naturally interpret temperature.
How? What do you mean? We literally do. How do we not naturally you get hot if you're hot and you know it's cold? How do you not naturally interpret?
Yeah, but then how are you meant to assign a number to it if you don't know a scale?
You do know a scale.
If you're saying, yeah, all right, do it in a 1 to 100, then yeah, obviously, because you're setting the scale. But that's okay. What about 1 to 50? And guess what? Celsius makes more sense. Idiot.
What? How would Celsius wouldn't even make more sense from 1 to 50?
It would.
It wouldn't.
It would.
It wouldn't.
How wouldn't it?
How would it?
It literally would.
How?
It would.
All right, how hot is 50 Celsius? Guess what? I have no fucking idea.
Well, I don't know what it is in Fahrenheit either.
And you know what doesn't make sense, George? They converge because Celsius is fucking ass. They converge. At a certain point, Fahrenheit equals Celsius because Celsius is so fucking dumb.
What? Obviously, they converge. They're sharing
What do you
numbers.
mean?
There's not like. Oh my god. Whatever.
How is it obvious they would converge?
Because it's
They
not
shouldn't converge.
obvious they converge, but it's pretty likely, seeing as
How is it very likely?
Celsius.
Explain.
I don't know. I would,
Explain your thought process. How is it likely they converge?
because I don't know. It's just how it is. Like
what?
Celsius,
That's
Celsius,
every
because
argument.
like Celsius numbers are around like I don't know. They're around 0 to 100, you know, and so is Fahrenheit. So obviously they're gonna converge. Yeah, maybe if like Fahrenheit started at 1,000, obviously they wouldn't converge. Like I don't understand how is that relevant. I mean they converge. That makes Fahrenheit just as dumb. It converges. They're both converging. It's not like one's converging with the other. They both
Well, no, it is
converge
because
together. They're
Fahrenheit
equally
is
dumb.
essentially Fahrenheit is catching Celsius at a certain point in the negatives. So it's Celsius like converging with Fahrenheit, not the other way around.
Look, you're wrong. Okay, Celsius is better.
I think Celsius is better for like
For science?
science.
No, shut up. It's better for everything.
I disagree.
Okay, fine. I'll change my opinion. Actually, I think it's better for science, and I think it's equally as good, but slightly more intuitive, than Fahrenheit. Because guess what? 0 means something, and 100 also means something. Whereas in Fahrenheit, numbers mean like 32, and I don't even know what is 100 in Fahrenheit. No one even knows. What is it? What is it,
What do you
Dream?
mean?
What is 100 in Fahrenheit? 100 Celsius.
100 Celsius in Fahrenheit? I don't know.
Yeah.
375 or something, probably.
You don't even know.
I don't know. Why do I need to know? Why do I need to know what temperature it fucking boils
Useful.
at? Why do I need to
It's
know?
useful.
How is it useful?
All right, freezing is useful.
212. I think again, this is my point. For science,
your scale is so
listen,
like
George,
unfathomable.
for science, I agree. For science, it's worse. But when does a human being, essentially in average life, need to know what temperature it boils at or what temperature it freezes at? That's information that is not that useful.
God. Fahrenheit is
I think
like
in terms of describing my argument is literally just this. My argument is only this. In terms of describing the temperature out, the Fahrenheit scale is more intuitive in terms of if you were to take a random person and have them describe the temperature, it's easier to understand Fahrenheit because Fahrenheit essentially is 0 is the coldest you pretty much would experience unless it's fucking like so freezing that it's below freezing, and 100 is the hottest you'll experience unless it's so hot it's fucking unbearable. That is it. If you were to say 0, if you were to say what is temperature out right now, and I would describe it on a scale of 1 or 0 to 10, Fahrenheit would be more accurate every time objectively because Fahrenheit is on a closer scale of the human acceptance than it is on science. Science is based on boiling to freezing, whereas it's never boiling outside and it's rarely freezing outside. So in terms of a human's perception, the average temperature on the Earth, in terms of what humans experience, it makes Fahrenheit is objectively, not even subjectively, objectively a closer scale. That's just an objective fact. I'm not saying that, but then it's a subjective fact whether it's better or not overall. But I'm saying objectively, it is a closer interpretation of the average temperature of the Earth with Fahrenheit.
Cool.
In terms of humans.
It's crazy how your subjective opinion is wrong.
My subjective opinion that it's better can be subjective. So if you think it's wrong, you think it's wrong. So I'm saying that's subjective. No, it's not. It's not. It is. Fahrenheit is objectively closer to the way that humans interpret temperature than Celsius. That is an objective fact. I don't understand how that's not even disagreeable. You can't disagree with that. It's objective. You disagree, then you're a moron. It is objectively true. And this is the thing is, and I'll explain here. I'll explain simpler how it's objectively true. And this is why it's objectively true. It doesn't mean that it's better. This is how it's objectively true. There is more numbers with Fahrenheit in between with Celsius. It's like when it's boiling at 100 and it's boiling at 217 or whatever it is in Fahrenheit, it's a larger number, which means you are able to closer articulate what the temperature is with just a plain number, no decimals. And so I'm saying objectively, it is a better interpretation of temperature. Even just factoring that in, not even factoring anything else in. That doesn't mean that it's better. I'm saying it's a closer approximate to how humans interpret temperature. But can we agree to disagree? We can agree to disagree. We can agree to disagree on which is better overall. We can't agree to disagree on objective fact though. And Fahrenheit is objectively closer to humans' interpretation of temperature than Celsius. But that doesn't mean it's better. I think if everyone this is something I'll concede as well. I think if everyone in America knew Celsius, I think the world would be better off. I think Celsius overall is better because of science, and science is more important than humans' interpretation of temperature. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that Fahrenheit is a closer approximate to describing how temperature feels to humans than Celsius, which I think is just the right answer. It's not even defending Fahrenheit's existence either. Like I'd be perfectly fine with Celsius becoming the new standard. I just think that if I was to describe, if I could know both, then I would choose to know both. Obviously. I guess that'd be with anything.
Hi. Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Are you done?
Well, if you're done.
Huh?
But it's not. How can you say 32 is freezing cold? You say 0, it makes more sense. Yeah, but you're talking about the freezing temperature of water. Like if I'm talking about from human. That's the perfect way to describe it. I don't think that the average person would say that 32 degrees is actually freezing if they were describing freezing, but it is actually within science the freezing temperature. But 32 isn't even that cold. I mean, it's like cold, but it's not. You won't be like some people go out in shorts and t-shirts in 32-degree weather. Like 32 Fahrenheit, 0 degree. So I'm saying in terms of humans' interpretation of temperature, again, Fahrenheit is closer because 0 is like holy shit, you're wearing layers and fucking like fucked at 0 degree Fahrenheit. But 0 degree Celsius, you could live your life and be fine. People freeze to death at 0 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm sure some people freeze to death at 0 degrees Celsius, but probably a lot less. American interpretation. No, human interpretation. Human. I genuinely think that anyone that cannot like look at that and interpret that and understand what I'm saying, I think you're an idiot. I think I'll say it to George as well. I think George is an idiot. I think George agrees with me. I think he just doesn't agree with me overall. He agrees with what I'm saying now though. But anyone can see it. I think it is an objective fact. Objective fact that Fahrenheit is a closer approximation to the human feeling of temperature than Celsius.
Most hypothermia deaths occur from 50 to 30.
50 to 30 what?
Fahrenheit, obviously.
Huh?
What?
What are you saying?
Most hypothermia deaths occur in temperatures from 50 to 30. Fahrenheit, obviously.
I guess you can obviously the colder it is, the more likely you are to die of hypothermia.
That's not what I'm saying.
I know that's not what you're saying.
But
But
you were saying
I'm,
that
I'm,
humans
I'm
don't-
pointing
don't
out.
say- you were
obviously
saying
people-
humans. You were saying humans don't define 0 as freezing, but they most likely die from hypothermia between -1 Celsius, which is 30, and 50, which is 10.
What? How is that? How does that disagree with what I'm saying?
You're saying that humans wouldn't define that as freezing, but they literally die because of freezing at those temperatures.
I'm saying, but I said more people obviously die lower. That's what I'm saying. How does that counter anything I've said?
No, but they don't.
What? How do they not?
Don't. They don't.
How?
Well,
obviously, the
you're more
colder it is.
likely to.
Again, another objective fact.
Obviously,
Obviously,
you're
the
more
colder it
likely
is, the
to.
easier it is to die of hypothermia. How
Yeah,
is
the
that?
easier it
That's an
is,
objective
obviously.
fact.
But they don't. Obviously, the lower
You want to know why they don't, George? You
want
want to know why they probably don't?
Why?
Because people are probably more likely to die in temperatures that they don't think are as cold as they actually are.
No.
Yes. Yeah, that actually, what you just said backs up my argument times 100. If you think it's cold out, and you're more likely to layer up and be safe and think it's colder when scientifically it is. But if it's human interpretation of temperature, you're more likely to die of hypothermia if you don't think that it's cold, or you think it's not as cold as it is. If it's actually freezing outside and you're outside and going, oh, it's freezing, but it's not like ultra freezing to the point where you're like, holy shit, it's fucking cold. I need to be safe. And it makes sense. It explains it. But also, like, to be fair, it also makes sense that obviously colder temperatures are rare, right? So obviously there's gonna be more people that die. There's gonna be more people that die at like 30 degrees Celsius because there's 30 degrees Celsius is more common. Does that make sense? Since go, again, I feel like that's objective as well. The colder the temperature is, the rarer it is. Like, it's not common to have ultra freezing temperatures. So the colder it is, the rarer it is. So the more likely, I'm saying based on what George just said. There's less data of people in negative 1,000 degree weather than there is of people in 22 degree weather. That is objective as well. I think the three statements that I've said are objective. I don't understand how anyone can disagree. Objectively, the colder the temperature is, the more people die of hypothermia. Like, you're more likely to die of hypothermia the colder the temperature is. That's objective. And it's also objectively true that Fahrenheit is a closer approximate to humans' interpretation of temperature than Celsius, which is a more accurate scientific measurement and easier to remember. No, that's just not how it works. You're an idiot. We love you, but we disagree, King. I'm sorry. You can't disagree with that. You can't disagree with that. You can disagree. This way you can disagree with. You can disagree about which one's better. You can agree and you can disagree and say Celsius is better than Fahrenheit. But that's not even disagreeing, because I think Celsius probably is overall better than Fahrenheit. But I think if you disagree that Fahrenheit objectively is a closer approximate to humans' interpretation of temperature than Celsius, then you are a moron. And your IQ is plummeting as we speak. Because it is a fact. It is a fact. And it's a fact because it's based on you can look up how each of them were made. is literally how they were made. Here, I'll explain. I'll look up how they were made. Obviously, Celsius was made because it took 0 as freezing and 100 as boiling, right? How was Fahrenheit temperature scale created? Why is USA the only country using Fahrenheit? USA should use Celsius, and USA is dumb for teaching Fahrenheit. That's why I think people are misunderstanding that I agree, thinking that I'm saying Fahrenheit is a superior system. I'm not. I'm saying Fahrenheit. This is the discussion we've had. Fahrenheit is a closer approximate to humans' description of temperature. If I was to describe on a 1 to 10 scale, or a 1 to 100 scale, or a 1 to 1000 scale, the temperature outside and how it feels, it would be more accurate on Fahrenheit, objectively, every time. Why do you know it's easiest? Just learn Celsius, don't be an idiot. James, that makes no sense. I'm not arguing that you need to learn Fahrenheit. You're misrepresenting my argument. My argument is not, I think the world would be a better place if Fahrenheit never existed. I'm not saying Fahrenheit is good or better than Celsius. I'm saying that objectively, Fahrenheit is a closer approximate and a better descriptor of how humans interpret Fahrenheit. That's my argument. My argument has nothing to do with. My argument has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not Fahrenheit is better than Celsius overall, or if that America is right. Like I think America is dumb for not teaching Celsius. Celsius is easier to use for whether or not water boils or freezes, and actually the numbers mean something. The same way that I think that the metric system in general. Zero freezing, 100 boiling. That's the scale from 0 to 100. It's easier. Have you ever experienced boiling? From the weather? Have you experienced the weather boiling you? No, you haven't. Again, objectively, Fahrenheit from 0 to 100 is a better scale for humans describing what the weather feels like. Because again, I don't understand how you can argue that, because you have never experienced feeling the weather boil you, which is at 100. It's at 100 in Fahrenheit as well. If you felt 100 degrees Celsius, you would fucking die. Exactly. Do you know what objective means? Yes, I do. You've never experienced 0 Fahrenheit, you would die of hypothermia. No, I have experienced 0 Fahrenheit. What do you mean you've never experienced 0 Fahrenheit? I have. It's not common at all, but people every year experience 0 Fahrenheit. Boiling is not 100 Fahrenheit. I know, boiling is 100 Celsius. Okay. Here. I'll try and explain it better, my overall statement, and then I'll be done. And then I'm done. And then we'll change the conversation. That way we're moved on. I think people are misunderstanding what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. My argument is not that Celsius is better. I mean, it's not that Fahrenheit's better. I think that Celsius is better. I think that America should be on Celsius and that we are idiots for straying from the pact. However, I think that when describing the weather and the temperature that humans experience outside, Fahrenheit is a more accurate descriptor of that. And here's why. Because Celsius is based on a 0 to 100 scale, with 100 being boiling water and 0 being freezing water. Whereas with the weather, you will not experience boiling water. That's only for science and for you cooking or whatever. You're not going to experience boiling. You're not going to experience boiling outside, or you will be dead. Whereas with Fahrenheit, it's 0 to 100. With essentially, if you think of like the hottest days you've ever experienced, it might be a little over 100, 117, 120. And that's like fucking so hot in Fahrenheit. And then the coldest day you've probably ever experienced in your life would probably be 0 or, -5, -10, whatever. And the average temperature you probably experience in your life will be more around there, more like 70 or 50, depending on where you live. So in terms of weather and temperature, Fahrenheit is more accurate to humans, whereas Celsius is better for science. That's my only thing. That's the only thing I meant the entire time. That's what I think. And I think that is objective. But I don't think it's objective. I think it's subjective which one's better. But I think Celsius is better, personally. Anyway, moving on.
You're wrong.
George just likes to instigate. What are we all up to?
I'm leaving.
We'll be back in like an hour.
Perhaps.
Okay. I'll accept it.
Goodbye. Boom, boom.
You just fake a Discord noise with your mouth?
Uh-huh. Okay, I'm leaving. Bye.
Oh, he left. It didn't make a noise. He left. No. No. He said he'd be back though. Well, I don't know if he'll be back here, but probably. Possibly if I'm still here then. What have you eaten today? I had some chicken. It was very good. Chicken and green beans. Wait, no, it wasn't green beans. It was what the fuck was it? I don't remember. It's a green tubular vegetable. Celery. No. Asparagus. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was asparagus. Wait, no. Oh, yeah, it was. Wait. Asparagus. No. It wasn't wait, was it? No, it wasn't asparagus. What was it? I don't fucking know. Maybe it was. No, it wasn't. Maybe it was green beans and it's just they were like fried. Not fried, but whatever it's fucking called. Which MCC remix was your fave? I liked the whole Noel. The whole Noel remix was awesome. Someone just asked who Patches was. Yeah, they don't know. Patches is my cat. Do you really believe George said maybe? You're so wrong, Jim. He said maybe. I believe he said maybe. I heard maybe at the time. And he was saying he maybe was chasing me or whatever. Or he's maybe cutting you off. He didn't want to. He just didn't want to say definitely and then have me turn and then I get like messed up because of him. So he said he just was saying maybe. Objectively, it was baby. It could have been. It could have been. We don't know. We don't know what it objectively was because we didn't say it. I did ask George. George said he said maybe. But he could be lying, so, you know, we still don't objectively know. He knows. You're definitely not the person that has. You're not definitely not the only person that has the same birthday as me. Statistically, there's gonna be a lot of people here that have the same birthday as me. How much longer are you planning to gatekeep Patches content from us? I'm not gatekeeping. It'll happen when it happens. Do we need to go back on the Fahrenheit and Celsius argument? So there's something to talk about? And give someone voice and argue with them. Everyone's saying no. That makes you want to do it more. Line up. Debate is fun. All right, fine. Here, I'll go in. I'm entering debate. I'm entering debate mode. All right, I'm entering debate mode. I look like actual debate mode. Before that wasn't debate mode. That was anger. That was anger. Here we're in debate mode. Let's debate somebody. Let's get somebody in here. Let's debate. Who wants to debate me? You just want to argue. It's fun. I just see people on my timeline being like, people are taking it so seriously. Good. Good. This is guys. This is serious stuff. It is of vital importance. It matters. It matters. This determination. It matters. The fate of the world is in the hands of this argument. And it does matter. You should be mad. You should be pissed at me or pissed at them. If you're on my side, fight. Get mad. How do I see who's in? Here, put your can you can raise your hand if you want to debate me. Raise your hand. You have to actually believe in the topic and not just be okay. Here's what you have to disagree with. Here, I'll define it. This is for good debate. You have to disagree with my statement, which I'll stick by. You have to disagree with my statement that Fahrenheit is objectively a better interpreter of humans' interpretation of weather and temperature than Celsius. Objectively, you can take that. You can take that word. You can disagree with me saying that because obviously that's part of it as well. But I'll bring someone in. I'll bring someone in. Who do we bring in? Who do we bring in? Who wants to have a friendly discussion? The raise hand thing is disabled. Oh, how do I turn it on? How's nobody raising their hand? Permissions. Huh. I don't think it doesn't let me. Open the list? How do I do that? How do I do that? It's literally all objective and biased. You just used the word wrong. You meant subjective. Okay. How do I get someone in here? I want to get somebody in. I want people to be able to raise their hand, but they can't. Somebody tell me how to do it. Somebody tell me how to fix it. You can now? Okay. Okay. Well then raise your hand. Here you go. Show request. Who? Gee, so you have to have a decent mic too, so it's not people can understand you as well. And this is a respectful debate, a respectful conversation.
I have a good mic.
Wait, George, you're back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring someone in to. I'm debating them about the Celsius Fahrenheit thing.
Oh my god, why are you still talking about this?
Well, we just went back because we weren't. There was nothing to talk about before, and then now we'll talk about it. Who? Oh, who? Okay. Here.
How are you still talking about this?
Ashlyn. George,
How
I'm
are
sorry
you
that I get passionate about things, okay? Let me be passionate.
You're passionate about Fahrenheit. That's
No,
terrible.
I'm passionate about arguing.
Yeah,
Ashlyn,
I know.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
So you are in disagreement with my statement.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So before you want to debate? You want to debate?
Sure.
Okay. Before we debate, well, we have to agree on the premise. Right?
Okay.
Okay. So my statement is that Fahrenheit as an overall scale is closer to humans' interpretation of temperature and better for objectively for humans' interpretation of weather and temperature than Celsius.
hmm
That's my statement overall. Obviously, objective means like cannot be disagreed with in terms of it's not a matter of personal opinion, it's a matter of science, right? Can we agree on that? Okay.
Yeah.
So we agree on the definition. All right. So my reasoning for why it's objective is because of the fact that one,
Oh
the
God.
way it was created. So obviously Celsius was created based on water. It was made
So sorry.
with 0 being the freezing point of water and 100 being the boiling point. But also, I guess we have to agree. Do we agree that generally 0 to 100 on both scales is kind of the accepted scale generally? Like that.
Yeah, it's more precise.
Okay. So I believe that 0 to 100 in Fahrenheit compared to 0 to 100 in Celsius is objectively better at telling temperatures for humans. The way that it was created, obviously Celsius was 0 was freezing and 100 was boiling, whereas for human temperature, 0 was based on the lowest temperature recorded in the person's town who made it, and 100 was based on the human temperature, which was 96. So that was already human experience. The coldest in the area and the highest in the area, versus Celsius being 0 to 100, 100 being boiling, which again, with weather, you don't experience that. If you experienced it, you'd be dead. Whereas with 100, obviously in Fahrenheit, you can experience. And taking the scale of 0 to 100 in Fahrenheit, more if you were to take the average temperature at any place on Earth, everywhere on Earth. This is not just in America or just in the UK or just in Europe or whatever. More of the daily temperatures will fall within the 0 to 100 Fahrenheit scale than the 0 to 100
Celsius scale, both on the extreme end and on the low end. It's like for high temperatures and low temperature.
Okay, so you said that water boils at 100 Fahrenheit, right?
No, 100
Okay.
Celsius.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Sorry, I'm very nervous.
It's okay. What do you disagree with that I said?
So the only thing I disagree with is the 1 to 100. Excuse me. Oh my god.
1 to 100.
Sorry, I just need 1 second.
You're fine.
I just googled it, and it says that 0 was the temperature that a solution of brine froze at, which is completely random, and also that
What
the
are you reading
middle
off of
point.
Wikipedia?
Yeah.
According to Physics Buzz, Physics Central.
Oh yes, the most reliable source. Go on.
Where is it? 0 was the lowest temperature recorded in Danzig, Poland. And obviously 100 was just the approximation of temperature,
Why?
which is 96.
What's it got to do with Poland?
It's where Daniel Gabriel Fahrenheit resided.
Oh. Well, on Wikipedia it says it was based on the freezing temperature of a solution of brine made from a mixture of water, ice, and ammonium chloride.
Well, that's how it
And
'cause
then the other limit was set to 90, which was the average body temperature, and then it was changed to 96. However, he noted a middle point of 32, which isn't actually even in the middle.
So
And then he said, which is the temperature of ice water.
just to say
This
what you
all
said before.
seems random.
Yeah, but listen.
Why solution
George,
of brine?
because it was made. You're talking about the scale. I mean, we're not talking about how the scale was set. You're talking about on like an actual physical scale. In order to go from 0 to 100 based on the temperature, you had to have it be from the bottom to the top. And so obviously you had to have a way, whereas the recorded temperature, the coldest recorded temperature in his city, could be approximated using like a chemical mixture of brine. So it wasn't random. The number that was determined was based on the lowest temperature, and then he had to come up with a solution that would start at 0 from there, essentially. Does that make sense, George?
Doesn't mention the temperature of the city here.
Yeah, I'm saying that's talking about how it was scientifically possible to have the thermometer.
Doesn't say it here.
That's what it's referring to. That was the brine that was used in the thermometer.
See, the only thing I'd agree with is that because Fahrenheit uses like air temperature and not water temperature, it's like it's easier for us to measure like air temperature. But like I understand why like Celsius would use like why it would be easier for people to use water than air.
Yeah, I think that obviously people just living life experience more temperatures within the 0 to 100 Fahrenheit scale than 0 to 100. Like not only, I guess this is why I think it's objective, is because not only do, like, if you're talking about observed temperatures and temperatures that humans experience, like if you were to, and obviously experience temperature is just the temperature that you feel. Not only do more temperatures that you experience fall within 0 to 100 Fahrenheit, because obviously the average temperature on Earth, like Fahrenheit, captures it more within that range than Celsius. That is, again, that's just like a fact. But that doesn't say that the way you interpret it. But then also, more, because there's more numbers, because Fahrenheit is obviously 0 to 212 or whatever it is for boiling. So there's almost double the numbers. So you're able to be more precise technically.
You can go into decimals,
Yeah, without going into decimals.
but you can.
But I'm saying on the 0 to 100 scale.
What's the 0 to 100 scale mean?
I'm saying 0 to 100 in Fahrenheit and 0 to 100 in Celsius. There's more, what's it called? Like there's more temperatures, like observable temperatures, air temperatures, I'm saying, on Earth.
Why does that matter?
Because that's how we interpret temperature.
Yeah, but like,
Us walking around on a day-to-day basis.
I feel like most temperatures are probably between 0 and 50 in Celsius. But you were
We're
just
talking
saying,
about
oh,
ze- we're
0 to
talking about
100
0
is
to
better.
That's what I'm saying is that's why at the very beginning of this I said that we have to agree that 0 to 100 is the scale, and that's what it is. And because that's what when you had thermometers, whenever Celsius and Fahrenheit were being recorded, they were recorded on 0 to 100.
They're not actually.
Well, they were.
Well, they're
I'm saying
not.
now,
I'm
obviously, now
looking
you don't
at a
you don't use
picture
it as
of
much,
a
but
thermometer, a Fahrenheit thermometer, actually.
you're
And
talking
it,
about for like using it in a pot
no, it's
or in water, like
it's
putting it in water.
it's just a normal thermometer that you'd see outside, and it goes from minus 60 to 120 Fahrenheit. It's on the Fahrenheit Wikipedia page.
I want to pull up the Wikipedia page. Not that that specific image, but you're the first thing. First invented. So your argument is that 0 to 100 is like arbitrary.
Yeah.
I think that's an interesting argument. That's why I defined originally that if we're talking about a 0 to 100 scale, that we have to agree on that. If we can't agree on the scale, then we can't. It's hard to really argue it because then they equal the same. If we can't agree on a scale, then they equal the same thing. Obviously, they have equivalent numbers. So if there's not a scale to agree on, then it would be subjective at that point. But I think that agreeing on the scale of 0 to 100, which is what see at the very beginning of the argument I said. I think that obviously the approximation is essentially 0 to 100 in you have to have kind of common ground or whatever, and 0 to 100 in Celsius is what is 0 being freezing and 100 being boiling. And so we're talking about a 0 to 100 scale using the same 0 to 100 scale in Fahrenheit. 0 to 100 approximates objectively better with humans. But if you're arguing that the scale is arbitrary, then there's not really, then everything just becomes subjective.
See, I really wanted to argue with you, and then I kept Googling stuff, and it makes a lot of sense.
It doesn't. You're wrong.
I mean, it kind of does,
I'm
actually.
going to debate you now.
Listen,
Oh, okay.
Listen, the 0 to 100 scale.
The only way your argument
it doesn't matter.
If the 0 to 100 is arbitrary. That's the only way. If 0 to 100 is arbitrary, then yeah, then you're right.
But why is it okay? So why is it not?
Because in Celsius, 0 is freezing and 100 is boiling.
Okay.
And in Fahrenheit, this is why. Because of the way it was invented. We already how is it arbitrary? 0 into 100 in Celsius, 0 is freezing, 100 is boiling, and in Fahrenheit,
but those aren't
0
like
is
the
based
edges.
on the lowest
You can go
temperature
further,
recorded, and 100 is based on the temperature.
You can go further though.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
it's
but
not like it
I'm
just
saying the
exists
scale
between
isn't
0 and
the scale isn't
100.
arbitrary. The scale is not arbitrary. It's how they were both made. How is it arbitrary? You can't say. I think I agree, George, that if the scale is arbitrary, if 0 to 100 is arbitrary, you're right, 100%. Because there's no if there's no scale that you can agree on for
No,
both of them,
I
they
think
both equal the same number.
the
There's
scale
no way
isn't
it goes up.
arbitrary in the way it was created, but it's arbitrary in the way that you're relating it to weather, because it wasn't necessarily defined for weather. And it wasn't. It was like Celsius was made from boiling and freezing of water, and Fahrenheit was made of freezing of whatever that stupid liquid was, and the average body temperature. It's not to do with weather.
Well, to be fair, it was made based on the lowest recorded temperature.
It's not doesn't say that on Wikipedia.
How was Fahrenheit? I think that's where the disagreement comes. I think for most people is I think you're saying that the scale is that like you're saying the scale is arbitrary, therefore it's subjective. Whereas I guess I'm saying the scale isn't arbitrary, therefore it's objective. Because if you then would you agree with this, George? If the scale isn't arbitrary, and it's 0 to 100, like that is the set scale, then objectively Fahrenheit is a closer approximate to human temperature. You can agree with that then, right? But then your argument is that 0 to 100 is arbitrary, therefore it's not objective.
I don't think it's any better.
How?
I mean, they're at most even. Because I don't know. Why is it like it's not like one's better? I think
because there's more air temperatures like on Earth within 0 to 100 Celsius Fahrenheit than Celsius. Like that is just objective. Like there's more air temperatures around the globe, no matter where you are. There's more air temperatures fall between 0 and 100 Fahrenheit than 0 to 100 Celsius. A larger percentage.
I think they do actually.
They do because there's negatives. There's less.
Well, no, because the Celsius range is bigger. So if anything, it's the same plus more.
I'm saying from 0 to 100. It's not because it gets colder on Earth. It goes below 0 in Celsius on Earth.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, so there's more.
I
so
guess it goes
there's more.
below, but then does it? Are you sure? Maybe there's some more that are higher that you're missing out on. I guess that's probably not really. What is 100 Fahrenheit?
100 Fahrenheit. It does go over 100. It does go over 100, but
it definitely goes over 100. But then I don't know if it's more. I don't know. We have to work it out. Let's see. Highest temperature recorded.
It's probably like 100, and it's pretty high actually.
134. Okay. Yeah. Lowest temperature recorded. Minus 128. Okay. So wait, hang on. So it goes from minus 128 to 134. And then you're saying 0 to 100 in Celsius. Okay, hang on. 0 Celsius. Okay, I already know that. Why am I Googling it? 0 is 32. And then 100 CF is 212. So I don't know how to work this out.
Here's the same I guess a way to explain it slightly like easier. Like, okay, what's the highest temperature you've ever experienced, George, in Celsius that you can think?
Wait, I'm trying to work out if 0 to 100 Celsius has more than Fahrenheit. I don't know how to work it out.
It doesn't, but
it doesn't. Oh, okay. I thought you were agreeing with me for a second. I misunderstood. Okay, hang on.
What's
0
the
to
highest
100
you've
is
ever
30.
experienced?
Hang on, wait. 0 to 100 is this. What is 0 Fahrenheit? Okay, minus 17. Wait. Minus 17, and then 100 is 37. Okay. So 0 to 100.
Midnight Open, I've experienced 0 to 45. What's the point? So the point I'm making is, again, if the scale is not arbitrary and it's 0 to 100, then you haven't experienced 55 numbers on your scale, Whereas on Fahrenheit, you've experienced 0 to 100. You've experienced every number. So you've experienced 100% of Fahrenheit and you've experienced 45% of Celsius. So obviously that is subjective because that's just you and your experience and not the overall experience. A 1 to 50 scale then. Exactly, Katsui. I agree. If it was arbitrary, if a 1 to 100 is arbitrary, which I think is what people that are disagreeing with me are thinking in their mind. Well, 1 to 100, that's just arbitrary. If it's arbitrary, then you're right. It is subjective because the numbers are it's different. I didn't understand that's what people were saying. But that's I disagree. I don't think it's arbitrary. I think 1 to 100 is not arbitrary. That's how it was set up. Is 0 in Celsius is freezing and 100 in Celsius is boiling. And then 0 in Fahrenheit was the lowest recorded temperature and 100 was based on the 96 or whatever of. Anyway. But I agree. If the scale is arbitrary, then yeah, then it's completely subjective because they're literally equal. Well, okay, what the fuck does arbitrary mean? Arbitrary means like if it doesn't matter, essentially. Like if you could just apply any scale, if you could just say, oh well, my scale is what about 1 to 50? If we did 1 to 50, then Celsius would be more accurate. It's like yeah, Celsius. If you did 1 to 50, Celsius would be more accurate. But 0 to 100 is the scale that's set by Celsius itself.
Okay, I finally worked it out. So 0 to 100 in Fahrenheit exists everywhere, right?
Yeah,
But 0 to 100 Celsius doesn't.
exactly. So
Well, I guess it technically
I want to agree. So
just not in terms of weather, but it
yeah,
does.
not in terms of weather. So we found common ground. We can both agree that if the scale is not arbitrary, if the scale is not arbitrary, and it is 0 to 100, that is the defined scale.
Okay, listen.
Then it is objective.
The
that Fahrenheit-
scale.
what I'm saying.
Yes.
Is
Okay,
right?
but listen. The scale. Yes, 0 to 100. There's some numbers in Celsius that don't matter in terms of weather. Like it's never going to be 100 outside 100 Celsius. Well, I guess it could be, but it's not. It won't be. Unless we're dead.
So in terms of humans, human interpretation.
But why
of weather,
does 0
it's
to 100 matter? What about 0 to 50?
That's what I'm saying. So, but just why don't you find common ground? So we can agree based on what you just said. You can agree that if the scale is 1 to 100, 0 to 100, if that's the scale and it's not arbitrary, if that is the scale,
I don't know if I agree with that though.
But how?
Well, like, why is that the scale?
No. I'm not saying agree with the scale. I'm not saying agree with the scale. I'm saying, can you agree if that's the scale? We have to agree on that. If we can't agree on that, we can't agree on anything.
Okay, hypothetically, if 0 to 100, just yeah, sure, because some of the numbers don't make sense in Celsius.
Yeah. So a lot of the numbers wouldn't even be used at all in Celsius. It would be redundant.
But I don't think that makes Fahrenheit any better because 0 to 100 it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't.
Okay, then why if 0 to 100 doesn't matter, then why was the Celsius scale completely built on 0 to 100?
Because it's based on water.
Okay.
And they probably just chose 0 to 100 because it's easy numbers.
That's what I'm saying. So you agree that the system was built with 0 being freezing and 100 being that's what determined all the numbers. All of the numbers are based on what 0 and 100 were. Do you agree? Every number in Celsius was determined by what 0 was and what 100 was. If freezing temperature was lower, then that would be 0. And if boiling temperature was higher, that'd be 100. That's the whole point of the Celsius scale, right? Okay. Therefore, 0 to 100 is the scale. That is those are the most important numbers in the entire.
Yeah, but it's not based on weather. It was just because the numbers were simple.
I know. I'm not saying it is. That's my point. It was not based on weather. Therefore, it's worse than Fahrenheit. In terms of interpreting weather.
I think it's equally as good. Because I think it's equally as good.
But you agree.
No, because listen, it's equally as good because it doesn't like the scale wasn't made for the weather, and neither was Fahrenheit. It was based off the temperature of the body and the thing, like the freezing point of whatever the other thing is. It wasn't based off weather. It just so happened to coincide that it's somewhat relatable. But guess what? It doesn't matter because you don't have to think about it on a 0 to 100. You can think about it however you want. It doesn't actually make a difference.
No, but again, we agree. We disagree on the scale. But if we agree on the scale being 0 to 100, we agreed that objectively objectively Fahrenheit would be better for interpreting human with weather. But
Well, yeah, if
I
the
guess so
scale
now we're just
was
debating. So
0 to
now
100,
the
because
debate
it
has not
doesn't-
become.
It's not though.
But
There's
it
no
is.
scale.
I don't understand.
There isn't a scale.
Okay, what do the other numbers mean in Celsius other than 0 and 100?
Wasn't what outside of 0 to 100?
Yeah, that were purposely chosen for that reason. There was nothing other than 0 and 100.
Well, it just continues the scale. It's all like it grows linearly.
This is a different article as well. I mean, this is a random one, but this is the first one that I clicked off of Google. About, again, it says the same thing, that 0 was arbitrary, but 0 was the main consideration was that it should be colder than it ever got in Denmark, which is where
I think you said it was Poland.
the other one said Poland.
Sounds really good
Let's go on a different one. This is the
and
third
reliable.
article.
Is
This is the
Denmark or
third
Poland? Which
article.
one is it? Is it gonna be
I
like
don't know.
France?
I'm clicking on the third article. I don't know. I don't know what the actual story is. I don't know how much it matters, but I don't know what the actual story is. What is 0 Fahrenheit anyway? What does this article say? I guess like I just thought in my head like how do we not know, like how is it not like documented? But then I was like, I guess it was a long time ago, so I guess it wouldn't matter.
What do you think, Ashy Lynn?
I mean, I don't know. The more I read into it, it just keeps saying that Fahrenheit is superior.
Yeah, it's probably written by Americans.
Oh,
I think again, I think Celsius is
I
better.
mean, I guess.
I think Celsius is better. I think people. I think it's the reason it's such a heated debate is because it's like Celsius is 100% better. Americans are idiots. Like, yeah, I agree. I 100% agree with that. I just think it is, in my mind. It is. I guess I'm saying in my mind. So say, oh, you can't be in your mind. But I'm saying I think it is objective. It's like I think you can scientifically prove that Fahrenheit is a more accurate descriptor of humans' experience with temperature, because humans interpret temperature. Obviously, you can't interpret Celsius 100 because you'd be dead, where you can interpret Fahrenheit 100. But again, that is only true on the 0 to 100 scale, which is, I guess George agrees with that now, but he doesn't agree what the scale is. He agrees, oh, it could be 0 to 50, 0 to 100, whatever. Whereas I think that it is 0 to 100 because that's what people have chosen. Obviously,
Mhm.
Celsius
Well, how about
is
this?
completely based from
Consider
0 to 100.
this. I think it's kind of interesting that Celsius is kind of based around 0.
I mean, aren't they
then
both
negative means
based on 0?
cold. Well, in terms of weather,
Mm.
you can kind of experience both ends of the scale, whereas 0 is kind of in the middle. How about that?
Hmm?
I mean, it is closer
know-
to 0 than 100. So I guess that works. Well,
'Cause,
this
like,
is the
if
thing.
in, like-
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, in really like cold areas, it's gonna be in negative numbers, whereas in like warmer areas, it's gonna be like positive numbers. So in reality, Celsius probably goes from like -50 to 50. You know, where like the middle is 0.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not like, ooh, you go outside, it's warm, it's 0, but it's all kind of based around 0. So it's like, but you can see negative numbers, and negative means cold. How about that?
Hmm.
It's kind of cool. You got a little scale. You got blue and negative, red and positive, and it's like, woo, 0 is the middle.
I'm not arguing whether or not Celsius is an interesting system or whether or not it's a superior system. I just think
I
in
think
terms of,
you are.
I'm not.
Well, isn't the only reason we use Fahrenheit because, like, that's what they taught us in science? Because I feel like it would be easier if everyone just went by Celsius, so there wasn't a debate.
No, I agree. I think the world would be better off if everyone used Celsius. I've said that.
Well, because we're the only place that still uses it, right?
Pretty much. It's pretty much just America. I'm not arguing we should use it. I don't think we should use it. I don't think we should at all. I just think that again, that's why I just think that it's an interesting debate to debate the fact that objectively Fahrenheit is a better interpreter of humans' interpretation of weather and temperature, because you can just again, the easiest way to describe it is just that if you were to say how hot it is from 0 to 100, if you're, again, that's only if you use both 0 to 100. That's the thing.
But why
I think
0
it
to
is. I
100?
think
Why
it's.
not
I
minus
know.
50 to 50?
I agree. I think it's an interesting argument to say, well,
It's
0 to 100 is
arbitrary.
arbitrary. I think it's an interesting argument to say that 0 to 100 is arbitrary, and that you could say, oh, what about 0 to 50? I think that's an interesting argument. I don't know. I think in my mind, which is a subjective opinion, I think subjectively that 0 to 100 is the scale that pretty much has been.
But why do
accepted.
you, an American, think 0 to 100 is a good scale?
What?
Why do you think 0 to 100 is a good scale?
Because both, it's the scale that generally people use in Fahrenheit, and Celsius was based on 0 to 100. I think for both it makes
No,
sense.
but like, if you only know Fahrenheit, you don't know Celsius exists, and also you don't use 0 to 100 in any of your other systems. Like, why are you thinking 0 to 100?
What?
Like, all the American systems don't go from 0 to 100. Like, the imperial system is the one that's, like 0, 100,
I think
1000, all the
all
other
the
ones.
American systems are dumb. I think that I wish
But
I was
then,
taught.
but why are you then saying 0 to 100? Because technically in your life, if you only were Americanized and you didn't know about outside places, why would you think of 0 to 100?
So your argument is that I'm being too objective?
No, I'm
Because you're saying, I
saying
agree with the rest of the world that 0 to 100 is a superior scale. How is your argument that I'm too objective, that I should just I need to stick to like the rest of the American shit? Like, no, I think it's dumb. I think every system should be like, I think going from 0 to 100 scales is the better way. And I think that's why I think Fahrenheit, in terms of human interpretation, because 0 to 100 is the objectively better scale. I think that makes, in terms of a human's interpretation of weather, that's why it's better. Like, I agree. I think, yeah, American systems don't go from 0 to 100 because it's stupid. Americans should be smarter and use better systems that go from 0 to 100. I think like objectively 0 to 100 is a good system, but it's not technically any better than 0 to 10 or 0 to 1,000. But I think like whatever, I don't know how it's set or whatever, but
So you're saying 0 to 100 is better than 0 to 50?
no. I'm saying that 0 to 100 is what is acceptable, because Celsius set 0 as the start and 100 as the end, essentially.
Dreamy weemy.
I think the argument just became, I think because we were able to agree on that if it was 0 to 100, then Fahrenheit is better for human interpretation of temperature. Then it just becomes like, is it 0 to 100? And that's the scale. And so we just disagree. We disagree on that, which is a subjective. Yeah, I guess it is. It's probably. I don't know. Actually, I don't know enough to know if 0 to 100 is the best scale possible. But I'm not saying it's. I guess it's not even. The argument isn't if it's the best, though. I guess the argument is just what's the. I don't know. I think that this is a subjective opinion. I think that 0 to 100 is the most like acceptable scale for both, right? If you're like in Fahrenheit, you're kind of thinking on the scale of 0 to 100, and if you're in Celsius, obviously you're thinking from 0 to 100. And so I think that if you were to compare them 1 to 1, that you just pick 0 to 100 on both. Because if you have if you had to pick a fair number, George, to compare them, I guess then you'd say, oh, it'd be based on what the comparison was about, which would make sense. Like if you were going to say, oh, if it was based on weather, then I'd maybe pick 0 to 50. I don't know. It's an interesting debate.
Also, you have one scale for the entire world. Like, the weather changes in different places.
Yeah.
So, like, let's say I lived in Antarctica. The scale would be pretty stupid. You know?
Huh?
Like, the scale wouldn't make sense.
Which scale?
Like, if you look at the lowest temperature and the highest temperature in, like, Antarctica, it probably 0 to 100 doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but how many people live in Antarctica?
I don't know. 10.
Yeah. So I'm saying for objective.
Okay, what about like
more people?
Russia?
It's still the average temperature in Russia isn't -20 or something.
Maximum temperature, Russia. I guess it's pretty much the same as everywhere else.
It doesn't get very hot there.
It's just based on 0 to 100 is a good scale for general use, but 0 to 100 isn't good for weather. I think the things we can agree on. I think the common ground is that Celsius is a better system than Fahrenheit overall. Celsius is a better system for science, like 1,000,000%. If the scale was 0 to 100, then Fahrenheit is a better approximation of human feeling because the fact that humans would never experience a half of the 0 to 100 scale in Celsius. So those are the things we objectively agree on. But we have the conversation has become whether or not 0 to 100. What is the what? Because if you have to pick a scale to apply to both, I feel like I guess my opinion would be that 0 to 100 would be the scale you pick. And I guess your opinion is that it's not. But I guess I think you would probably think if you weren't basing it on anything in particular, you just knew what Fahrenheit and Celsius both were and how they worked, and you didn't have any. You just had to just choose what is the scale. If you had the scale for temperature, I guess that'd be for temperature outside. But if you had to pick a scale for both, that was the same for both for temperature outside, I feel like you'd pick. I feel like it'd be 0 to 100 probably. Maybe not. Maybe it'd be like -7 to. That's interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
I suppose if you really want to get it right, I would say the scale is your location, my lowest temperature ever recorded to maximum temperature ever recorded. There you go. Within the last 10 years. How about that? Because then it's most relatable to you.
Yeah, per person. Yeah.
Okay, wow, we've done it. But then that would mean everyone would need their own scale.
Yeah, which would be
which
dumb.
doesn't really work. So,
Yeah.
but like, there is no scale. Like, the scale is arbitrary because it goes beyond that. There's no limit. Like, you can have something that's 1,000,000 degrees. Like, I mean, obviously there isn't, but like, there's not actually a limit. It goes on forever.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the only reason 0 to 100 isn't arbitrary is because 0 to 100. I think Celsius obviously dictates it more than Fahrenheit does, but Celsius literally is based on 0 to 100. So I think it's fair to apply. I think it's fair, but that is a subjective opinion. I think subjectively that it's fair to apply 0 to 100 to both as the comparison because Celsius is based on 0 to 100. But that's just my opinion. But I think
that's just a theory.
If the scale is applied together, then
I think things would be easier if they use the scale that George said, to be honest. Like going negative.
Yes. Yes.
What
Negative temperatures. It's genius.
just set it to 0.
Yeah.
We'll call it the George. What's it? What? Well, they didn't. Isn't Fahrenheit's just like his last name? Let's make it. Oh wait, George. Make it your last name. Your last name.
We can just call it the Goggy scale.
The Goggy scale.
Perfect.
Yeah.
No,
Now, when everyone,
I want to learn. I want to learn Celsius. Then I'll be cracked. I'll know both.
well, okay, learn it then.
Teach him it.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know. How do you teach it? It depends
I guess
on
how
where
you
you
teach it
live.
it's just kind of like 0 to 100 is. I guess the way you teach it is 0 is freezing and 100 is
It's boiling.
Or you can just look up Florida average not average. You can just look up the range of temperature in Celsius, and then you'll just know.
The only way to learn it would just be to change like my phone or something weather app to like have the weathers in Celsius. It's like for long enough to where I just get used to.
Well, just know like it starts getting hot when it's like 23,
But like, is that hot
and then
for
it's
you?
really and then
That's
it's really
for
hot at
you.
yeah hot for me, and then it's really hot at like 30, and then 40 is like pretty much the peak of what you'll ever see, maybe 45. And then like the coldest you'll probably ever see is, I don't know, -10. It's pretty much between -10 and 40, which is 50. It's basically you can basically just probably half whatever Fahrenheit is. Almost. I don't know. Is that right? I don't know.
Hmm?
No, that doesn't really work actually. Wait, does it? I don't know. So if it's 23, okay, no, you can't half it. That doesn't work. Definitely doesn't work. Um, what would you say when you go outside is hot?
Uh,
Like what temperature would you say is hot in
probably
Fahrenheit?
like 85.
Okay, so that's 30. And then what would you say is cold?
35, 30.
Okay, that's like 0. So you just go between 0 and 30 instead of 0 and 100 now.
Yeah. I guess my thing is just like, I think we've based everything on like a 1 to 10. Essentially, like the reason almost everything we know is based on 1 to 10 is because of the fact we have 10 fingers. Like, no, that is
Maybe.
why.
I don't know.
No, that's factually why. We're gonna get another debate about this, okay? Like that is why that's how the whatever I forgot what it's called. It's like the certain thing is like base 10 or something. Is that what it's called? Base 10 or base?
Yeah,
I think it's base 10.
decimal.
Like base 10. People was like, yeah, base 10 was made because our fingers are we have 10 fingers and 10 toes, and so we use base 10. And so like I think having a scale in that makes the most sense, which would be 1 to 100 in this case, which would be base 10, even 1 to 10. And so if you can divide it up into segments, then yeah. Base 10 is Ben's 10 base cousin. Okay, bye, Ashlyn.
Goodbye. Thank you.
I forgot she was there. All right. Cool. They did great. They were a great debater. They sounded a lot like George though, to be fair.
What do you mean? Oh, I get it. Okay. All right. Debate something else.
All right, let's debate
Then
whether you said baby or maybe.
I said maybe. Is it saying like he's maybe cutting you off? I didn't know. I mean, he was, but I wasn't 100% sure. Why would I say baby?
Yeah, doesn't make any. To be fair, like yeah, in that situation doesn't make sense. But I could totally see you like calling me baby, like not in like that way, but just like in like a like. I mean, we've done it before. Like Sauer does it all the time, and I've done it so many times. I think we've all done it to each other many times. Just as like a like let's go baby like that or whatever.
I
Like
guess
that
I
type of
could
thing.
have done, but I didn't.
But like no, yeah, but in that case you didn't. But I'm saying like I don't even think it makes sense in that case for you to do that. But like I could see like right after imagine like the debate if the debate was like whether you said it right after I did it, where you're like oh my or something, like then it would make more sense.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's so stupid. Like I wish that America was smarter. Don't we all? Yeah. We do. It's just like annoying. It's like, why would you teach me an inferior way of measuring essentially everything? It just doesn't it is just dumb.
Same with all your other systems.
Yeah. It's just dumb.
Even like height, like feet and inches is dumb as well.
It is.
And like
I
you
agree.
can't even take your logic of like, ooh, it's there's more numbers because there's more numbers in centimeters.
No, yeah, no, I agree. I think every fucking
But I
think
like
all
feet
the
and
systems
inches, but
are
that's just because
dumb.
I'm used to it. But
I agree. Like I like it because I'm
but
used to it, but it would be better. It would be better.
yeah,
if
it would be better if we didn't use it.
Yeah.
I don't really know height in centimeters, but it would be better.
Yeah, it would be. And it is just dumb. It's just dumb because it's like, oh, how far? It's like, how long is like a fucking mile? And then it's like, oh, you know, like exactly how long it is. Like you just be able to be, oh yeah, it's just whatever. Versus like, fucking 5,280 feet. 528. I remember like they taught you in school to like, here's how to memorize it. It's 5 tomatoes. Like what? Like why are we having to like have some dumbass like thing when it could just be fucking straightforward?
That is quite silly of you guys, isn't it?
It is. Do you use yards? I I don't, but like I know yards only from football. Like there's 3 feet in a yard, and I feel like I don't use it, but I guess I kind of do, but only because of football. Only because like a football field is 100 yards. You're so American. True. True. Guys, go to the Dream Shorts channel. Things uploaded. It's not a video, it's a short, guys. It's like a YouTube short, so it is there. I'm watching it right now. I'll wait for people to go watch and then I'll explain. I will explain. Cereal. Yes. So VidCon's happening. Partnered up with YouTube Shorts and VidCon to make a cereal. And it's really cool. The box is really cool. And then also the cereal that's shown in that video isn't actually what the cereal looks like. The cereal's green and it has little marshmallows in it, like little marshmallow pieces that have like a dream smile on it. And there's 2 ways you get it. One, you can get it by like being at VidCon, and I think there's like a place you can go and you can like, I think they're giving it out. I don't know. I don't know for sure. So, and then the second way is if you're not at VidCon, you can make a YouTube short of you going like, "Oh, dream," as long as you can, or just the best way you can do it. You don't necessarily have to be like super super long, but and then you can win. And they're giving a lot away, so you can like a ton of people will be sent them. So, yeah, there you go. Who filmed the video? Me Madre. I don't know why I said that.
my mom. Did I even say that right? I probably didn't. You kind of did. You have to see the box. I won't. You guys will see the box later, I guess. You'll see it. It's funny. The box is really funny. I like it. Anyway. But yeah, I think that they're giving it away. I think that they're giving them away at VidCon. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure they're giving it away at I don't know how much I can say, but they're giving it away at VidCon as well. So you can't buy it. I think it's just free. I'm pretty sure you get it for free at VidCon, and you get it for free if you like are one of the winners of this contest, which will be a ton of winners, guys. There'll be a ton. So if you want to submit a short, you should. Yeah, I know. I'm so creative. I came up with O Dreams. I'm so cool. For a cereal. You should see. It says your name's on the box, George.
I haven't. Show me the box. Do you have like a picture?
I think I have the box somewhere. But I don't. Maybe I'll let you see it later. You can see it when people
When?
post about it when they get it.
Oh, I have to wait to see it.
You see, Sanos wearing your beanie in the dream shirt.
I saw. Epic.
Do you want to know why that happened?
Why?
Kind of a funny story. It's like we're not allowed to have like when you're doing like a sponsor thing, you're not supposed to have like brands like in it. And so like all his hats have like
Have a
brands
brand.
on it. Has like Balenciaga
And he
and
has
shit.
to wear. He has to
And
wear.
he
a
has
hat
to wear
the
he
whole
has to wear
time.
something.
Why didn't
And
he
so
wear a
like
Stamina
we're
bar?
like looking for something for him to wear because he can't like there's none of the hats he can wear. And then I like literally had to go get that's the beanie I was wearing in my Instagram story that one
Yeah.
time because I just went and found it and gave it to him. So it's funny.
Lamau, as they would say.
George, you're a very intelligent individual. Do you know that?
What?
You're a very intelligent individual.
Okay.
And I think that one of the reasons that we've like thrived as well as we have is because you're very smart and you're also willing to stick to your guns, which most people don't. And so you're a good counterbalance for me because you balance me out. I just was
Okay.
thinking about it, so I just thought I'd say it out loud.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to say?
I um I admire your intelligence
I'm just so
Funny?
smart,
Funny,
aren't I?
George?
I'm just so smart.
You are.
Okay. That's all.
I mean, that's not all, but that's all I said right now.
Hmm. I just ordered more stuff off Amazon.
Let's go.
I spent another $36. This is the most money I've ever spent today. I'm just buying so many things.
What?
Look at that stupid group chat.
Which one?
The one that's at the top of your list right now
On what?
on Discord. Can I go in there?
No, there's no point.
I'm going in.
No,
Hang
no,
on.
don't. There's no point.
Why?
Because
I'll
it's
be right
not
back.
we already determined.
I will
determined
be
what
right
it was.
back.
You're so dumb. George is such an idiot. I take it back. His intelligence is pleading. But did I
No,
say pleading? Fleeting. Is that what I meant?
What?
Fleeting.
What are you saying?
Okay, there you go. I meant fleeting, not pleading.
Fleeting?
That's kind of ironic.
Fleeting. What are you talking about?
Nothing.
How do you like start saying so much? I was gone for 2 seconds.
I didn't. You left and I said, oh, he's an idiot. And then I said, I take it back. I take it back. His intelligence is, and I think I said pleading, but I meant fleeting.
Fleeting?
Yeah.
What was the first word you said?
Pleading.
Fleeting?
That's not a word. I know I messed up. That's why I said I was correcting
Fleeting
myself.
is a word.
Well, pleading is a word, but that's not what I meant.
You meant fleeting.
I meant fleeting, yeah.
Okay. I guess that makes sense. Kind
Fleeting
of.
is like lasting short.
Okay, you googled the definition.
I did.
Lasting for a very short time. I guess it makes sense. I mean, by the definition, it doesn't really make sense, but I think it still does make sense. Like what did you say?
Said his intelligence is fleeting.
It's like it's disappearing. That's like what you meant, right?
Oh, I mean, no. I meant like it lasted for a short period of time. Like you were just smart for a short period of time, and now you're dumb again.
Oh,
But you're smart again. It's back. So it wasn't fleeting. It just was. It had the appearance of fleeting.
okay.
No, it's not. All right, I'm not done. All right. That was George. We should debate on who's smarter, Dream or George. George is more George is more intelligent than I am. I'm people smart. We're both idiots, though. You guys argued over Celsius and Fahrenheit for like an hour. You call that smart? Yeah, I do. I think that people questioning each other and questioning each other's views and having a conversation, especially about science, it's like that was like a combination of like science and I don't know, psychology. I think that is smart. I think everyone should push themselves to strengthen their mind.
I'm giving a random person talk power.
Okay.
Did it work?
I think they have to accept.
Oh. Well, I clicked something. I don't know if it did it. Well, guess they're not joining.
Choose someone else.
No.
Pick someone else.
No.
Hello. I literally said not to pick me, but thanks.
Oh. I didn't see that. You can leave if you want.
No, I'm okay. I'm sorry. I'm at my therapist's office right now. Thanks, guys.
You're what?
My therapist's office.
Oh.
How is
What's
that?
in the office?
People?
Huh?
People?
I can't hear you.
I'm nervous. I'm sorry.
Your mic's like cutting out.
I'm on my phone.
Oh.
I'm at an appointment. What am I supposed to do? Be on a computer?
I don't
I'm nervous. I don't know what to say now.
know.
Anyway. Hi.
Hi. Do you
Um,
speak another language?
I don't. I make art of you guys, though.
Oh. What kind of art?
Fan of it. Just regular art, nothing weird.
Oh, okay. Nothing
Um,
weird. What's weird?
Well, I'm sure there's some things that you guys would consider weird that I'm not gonna say because there could be children listening.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Okay.
I rep for you on Twitter.
You what?
Rep for you. My username is, well, I don't want to advertise myself, but like, it's literally subscribe to.
Don't.
And then.
Don't.
I'm not advertising myself. I'm not
You're advertising.
myself.
Stop it.
I'm not.
Can I get people to trust me? That's
saying
good.
that.
That's great. You need to advertise me more.
I am.
You should devote your life to advertising me.
Okay. No.
You need to like go print out some posters and stick them around the town.
I think it's called littering.
No, it's not.
Okay, I won't do that, but I'll keep my username as what it is.
How is the room that you're in so echoey?
I went to a stairwell because I was in a hallway and there were offices.
You should shout something.
What?
I don't know anything. Just make a loud noise.
Subscribe to George Not Found.
Well, wait, they didn't hear you. I don't think they heard you.
Yeah, that's my therapist's office.
They didn't hear you
It's
though.
blowing up right now. Okay, fine. Subscribe to George Not Found.
Oh my god.
I don't know. That's as long as I can go.
Well, that's
I'm
not
not a
actually
loud
as you can
person.
go.
There's definitely you can
I'm not a
definitely go
loud
louder.
person. Okay, subscribe to Dream.
Wow.
Why did you say that one louder?
Wow. Say it's even louder. Even louder.
Let me see if somebody's down here.
Just the top of your lungs, as loud as you can.
Let's go. Ah!
Do that. You guys are gonna get me kicked out of my own therapist's office.
Wah. Do it.
Okay, pay for my therapy. I'm just kidding. Don't actually. I have my therapy before. That
Okay,
was a
scream.
I
joke.
wasn't going to anyway, so
Loud.
you don't have to tell me twice.
I know, but like, it was a joke.
Yell
That
it.
sounded a lot. What am I supposed to yell?
Subscribe to Dream.
Okay, hold on one second. Sorry, my phone is like my phone's like blowing up right now. Yeah, hey guys, it is me. Stop blowing up my phone. Thanks. Okay. Subscribe to Dream.
It doesn't sound like you're trying.
Alright,
I
fine.
said that. I said that.
Are you putting your finger over the mic on your phone?
Probably.
Oh, you should not do that.
I wasn't trying to. I'm nervous. You guys kind of have this thing where you make people nervous, but like not in a bad way. Just I watch you guys, so obviously I'm a fan, therefore I'm nervous. I'm so rude. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm sorry. I'm nervous.
You're not rude.
I was gonna be silent and just see how long we kept it for.
Thanks, Drew. Thanks for clarifying.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I do know that George picked me because I said I was in my therapist's office. So
I didn't even see the message. I just right clicked a random person, to be honest.
okay, that's just good.
How many stairs are there? It sounds like there's a lot.
I'm on the third floor, so there's like a lot. I can't count them.
Oh yeah, no, you don't need to count them. That's fine. I just meant like how like it sounds so echoey. It's like you're in a
It is
church
pretty
or something.
Well, there's like no windows in here, so
It's like this, but worse somehow. This is the maximum I can do, and like yours is more echoey.
I can't hear myself, so I have no clue. I just do not have a mic. I'm on my like AirPods, so maybe that's like what it is. I don't know.
So wait, how are you just like in the stairwell? I'm confused.
Like, you know how you go into like a stairwell and walk up the stairs? It's like there's like a hallway.
But like, why are you just like waiting there?
Because I don't want to like walk into the hallway where the offices are and talk because it's disrespectful.
But like, so you would
I understand like every other word.
but like, you were just like standing in the hallway before.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like okay, so it's like a separate room, I guess. It's like a stairwell. I don't know. I wasn't the only person in here when I was explaining that, so. This is the most embarrassing way this could have happened.
All right. Well, Lily, enjoy your therapy.
Thanks. I'll definitely have fun today.
I didn't understand a word you just said, but enjoy your therapy.
Bye.
Hi.
Bye.
There you go. But like, I'm confused.
The mic is so messed up.
I don't understand. Was she just like waiting for the session or something, or what?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I'm confused. Like, I guess that makes sense if you're waiting.
Yeah.
You know.
I have to go to the bathroom. Be right back.
What? Should I just give someone talk power and then leave? So then Dream's stuck with them? Okay. Who has a good mic? Okay, this person. Okay, I'm just gonna leave now.
Hello? Oh, he actually left. Um, okay. This is my podcast now. Hello. I'm sick, by the way, so that's why I sound like this. I mean, you guys don't know what I sound like. Hi. Oh my god, this is so fun. Hi. I'm actually working, guys, so I don't know if I should be here. Is George not coming back? Oh my god, the chat.
Wait for Dream to come back. Wait.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Oh wait. In the meantime, where do I work? I'm not gonna dox myself. I am not or it. Oh, hello.
What happened?
George left.
Why?
I don't know. He just gave me talk powers and love.
What?
I don't know.
Hello. I'm
I
messaging George.
stole your podcast, by the way. It's my podcast.
How? Why did this is where did what?
I don't know. You know, Dream, I wanted to debate about the whole Fahrenheit thing, but since that's over, I don't know.
Yeah, we all were able to agree.
Sure. Everyone's saying hi to me. Oh, they say they like me more.
Where did George? Oh,
He's listening, by the way, because I. Okay, I'm not gonna tell him.
because what?
I was like, did he really live? And he came back and he was like, wait for Dream. And he left.
Like, I'm gonna troll him. It's gonna be the most epic troll. He's gonna come back and he's gonna have to talk
To me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Talk
how's
to
your
each other.
I'm at the same.
Oh.
Oh, George is back. George,
he won't.
come back now. Now.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Hello?
Hi.
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 Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
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 What is your accent?
Oh, I'm from Argentina.
Oh.
Yeah. So I speak
So you
Spanish.
speak Spanish.
Yeah,
I speak Spanish.
I know. Do you want to talk in Spanish?
Okay.
Hola,
Hola.
¿cómo estás?
Muy
Bien.
bien. Y tú.
Oh, bien, gracias.
You gonna ask me something else?
Sí. ¿Qué comiste hoy?
Huh?
¿Qué comiste hoy?
What does that mean?
Do you want me
What?
to tell you?
Wait. Say it again.
¿Qué comiste hoy?
That's Spanish.
Yeah, it's just my accent's different because Argentina, like, it's different accent.
Huh.
So it doesn't sound like,
Is it like what is up? There's no.
nope, no.
Hmm.
It doesn't sound like, I don't know, when Quackity speaks Spanish, it's different. He wouldn't understand me in some ways, I would say.
Quacked you wouldn't understand you? How am I meant to understand
I
you
mean, he would, but I just sound different, I guess.
then? I'm like, this is hard. This is like hard mode.
All right, what did you
Yeah,
say?
this is Spanish hard mode. So,
What does it mean?
what did you eat today?
Nada.
Qué mal.
Sí.
Sí,
Soy hungry.
tengo hambre.
Huh?
Tengo hambre.
Hambre.
Hungry. Hambre.
That's how you say. Oh. You
Yeah.
have hungry.
Yeah, tengo hambre means I am hungry. But if you want to say, like, I don't know.
Okay. Wait. I don't know Spanish anymore.
Oh, that sucks. What if I
I
just
just
said like a whole sentence so you would know what I was saying?
okay, say a sentence.
Yeah. Wait. Voy a ir a comprar galletitas.
Wait, slower.
Voy a ir
Wait,
a
when you say
comprar.
boy, is that VOY?
It's
I mean VOY.
BOY. Yeah.
BOY.
Yeah. Boy.
What does that mean?
Boy means I am going to. In
Okay,
this case.
so it's with a V.
Yeah.
So that's funny because I thought V's were B's in Spanish. So like what you're saying, boy is boy, right?
Oh,
But I said that to
yeah.
Quack, and he's like, "No, that's not how it is." And I was like, "I'm pretty like I think some places are like that." And
It's
he's like,
but
"No, it's never like that." And I was like, "Well, that's
no,
how
no,
I
no,
learned
no.
it." And he was like, "No," and I'm like, "I'm pretty sure some people say it like that." And he's like, "No, they don't." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And
Okay.
now he's
No.
gonna see this. He's like, "No, I never said that. I knew," but like, no, he lied to me. I thought it was. I knew it
Okay.
was.
Okay. It's just pronounced the same way, but it's a different B. So boy as in like this boy is with a like I don't know how do I say it in English?
V.
Yeah, like the V about boy, that boy. But the boy that I'm saying is with the other V.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
So
say it again.
voy a comprar galletas.
Wait again.
Voy a comprar galletas.
Comprar. What is that?
Comprar
And what was the last word?
galletas.
I don't know what that is. I don't know anything. I'm going to compare. What was the last word?
Galletas.
Galletas.
You got it right.
Cakes.
You got it right. Sorry, what?
I'm going to compare cakes.
No, I'm saying I'm going to buy cookies.
Oh, okay. Say something else.
Boy. Oh, wait. Do you want me to keep with the boy or do you want me to say a whole different
You
subject?
can say something new. Say something new.
Okay. Los chicos corren en el parque.
One more time.
Los chicos
Okay.
corren en el parque.
The boys.
Yeah.
Something in the park.
Yeah.
But what do they
Corren.
do? Corren?
Corren. Yeah, corren.
How do you spell that?
Corren.
So that's like the they version of like
Yeah.
corra. I've never heard
Correr.
of that. What is that?
Correr. Run.
Oh, they run in the park?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not doing well.
You are. You have a really, really, really good accent. Like whenever I hear you talk in Spanish, you sound really good.
That's what Quackity says.
Yeah, he's right.
Okay, one more time.
Okay. Let me think of another sentence. Sorry, I'm thinking. Sure. Okay, this is gonna sound. Wait, yeah, that's what I gotta say. Because I sound Argentinian, so I don't say yo. I say sure with a sh.
This is like too hard for me. It's like double.
Okay.
I can't do both at the same time.
You can. You can trust yourself. Okay. Yo llamo a mi mamá.
Huh? How do you
Say it
spell
again.
the whole
Wait,
the
say it
whole
again.
thing?
Okay,
Just
okay.
say it. Just say it again. Say it again.
Yo llamo a mi mamá.
What?
Llamo.
Shawshank Redemption?
Something about your mom. My.
Yeah. Well.
Wait, how do you spell
Say
what
it
you
again.
said?
Okay. I spell it like Y-O, yo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Llamo spelled
Oh, I think I get
L.
it. Lamo.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you got it.
Wait, Yamo.
Llamo.
Yamo.
Yeah.
It's like it's my.
Your Yamo.
It's
Wait, what do you say?
something my mom.
Yeah. Yo llamo a mi.
Wait, say it again.
Yo llamo a mi mamá.
A mi mama. I call my mom.
Yeah, you got it.
Sure,
You know
Shamo.
Spanish. Yeah.
Wow, I've never heard that.
You're
So you say
Argentinian,
like sh instead of ya.
exactly. That's like the accent that we have in like Argentina, but also in Uruguay, because of something that happened. Doesn't matter.
Okay, wait, another sentence. I like this game.
Okay. Dream.
Okay.
Toma.
Sueño.
No.
Wait.
Wait. Sorry. No. I'm gonna use dream as a person, so actual dream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dream come hielo.
Yellow.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're saying because that
People
would
are
be
laughing.
like yellow. So I don't know what
No.
yellow is. How do you spell that?
It's Hielo.
Haielo.
Yeah. Hielo.
I don't know what that is.
What's the second word?
Come.
To eat.
Yeah.
Dream to eat.
It's about eating ice.
Yeah. Dream it's ice. Yellow means ice. It sounds like
Oh. How do you
Jello.
say it? And like, how do people from Spain say that?
I don't know.
Ice in Spanish.
Hielo. I think it's just yellow.
Oh, it's the same.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought it'd sound like that. Hielo. I would have thought it'd be like yellow. I guess that's the same.
The
Kinda.
H. You never we never actually how do you say this? we never actually make the H sound. Like it doesn't have any sound.
Yellow.
Yeah. So
It sounded like you're saying yellow.
yeah, exactly. The H will have like a sound if it's like CH. So that's ch. But if it's the H alone, then it doesn't have a sound. I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay, another sentence.
Okay. Let me think. George.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, because I want to say something. George va a la escuela.
Va a la
Mhm.
escuela.
A la escuela.
Oh. What was the something about school? What? Say it again.
George va a la escuela.
Oh, okay. This is the B and V thing again. Okay.
Yeah.
George va a la escuela. George like goes to school.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I got it.
You're Argentinian, no?
Ba.
Ah.
Like a sheep.
Yeah.
So wait. In Spanish, do you like how animals make sounds, but we like say them as a word? Like in English, we say sheep, goat, ba. Do you do the same
Yeah.
in Spanish? The
It's different. We would
what
say
does sheep say?
me.
Meh.
Yeah. Like
Meh.
yeah, like me.
I guess like meh.
Yeah.
Okay, but they don't. But like in English, they say meh as well, but they also say ba.
Yeah.
But they don't say ba in Spanish.
No. They say
Oh,
me.
okay.
And
Okay.
like the dog,
What
for
does a cow
example,
say? What does a cow say?
cow, oh, the cow says moo.
Moo.
Yeah. But the
Okay, what
dog,
does okay, yeah, what does a dog say?
wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
A
Like
wow?
wow.
How do you
Yeah.
spell it?
Guau.
Guau.
Yeah.
Wow.
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 Yeah.
That's crazy. They say guau.
And the cat,
But they don't say guau.
I mean,
I guess they don't say bark either.
they don't say bark. I have my
But
dog right here.
I think it's more like bark though. It's like actually I
Nah.
don't know. I don't know.
No.
Hmm.
They say
Okay.
wow. Like they go, whoa, whoa, whoa.
You're like, I don't even know how they go.
Well, they
I
go
don't think
wow.
they don't go guau either. Maybe they don't go bark or guau. They go something else. I don't know.
People are saying woof.
Yeah, they do kind of go woof a bit. Sometimes they do. They're like, whoo.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the name. On the dog.
The brand of dog.
Yeah.
All right, say another sentence.
Okay.
You have to say it slowly.
Okay, let me think of a sentence.
Despacito.
Don't say that. Okay. um,
But that means
yo,
slowly.
yeah. Yo
Okay,
escucho,
wait. Show. Okay, yo.
yeah.
Yo.
Yo
Mhm.
escucho música.
I listen to music.
Yeah, that was easy. Okay. Do you want me to make it harder?
I don't know. It's maybe like somewhere in between because the other ones it took me ages, but that one was too easy.
Okay. Um, s- okay. Wait, I'm trying to think. La ventana está abierta.
Again.
La ventana.
Ventana.
Yeah.
How do you
La
spell
ventana.
it? Ventana.
Yeah.
Ventana.
La ventana está abierta.
Vieda. That
Abierta.
Avieda.
Abierta. Yeah.
I don't know what either of those words mean.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
it means I can give you a hint.
Okay, what was
Um,
the first word?
La
Okay, well, like the other word.
ventana.
Ventana.
Yeah. It
I don't
means
know what that is.
window.
Window.
Yeah.
The window.
Yeah.
And then what?
Está abierta.
The window is something.
Mm-hmm. Well, what would make sense if I'm saying the window is something?
What's the word?
Abierta.
Abierta.
Yeah.
I don't know. Clear? Clean?
No.
Oh, no, it's not clean. Clean is limpio.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Exactamente.
Exactamente. No, no
I
broken.
don't know.
It's open. The window is open.
Abierta means open.
Abierta. Yeah, means open.
Abierta.
You can also say abierto to say open. You know, Spanish is kind of hard.
I guess I'm not good at Spanish.
You are. You're pretty good. But, like, I'm just saying hard words.
Yeah, hard words like window and dog.
Well,
No, window
you
and
didn't know
open.
them either, so.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't know Spanish.
Okay, I just wanna get a hard one, like without getting it wrong. I just
Okay.
wanna get it. It's
Let
annoying.
me think. Because I think I can think of like easy ones. My phone's going crazy. Oh my God.
He's like,
Then
I
I
need
also
something. I need something in between music and window in terms of
Yeah.
sentence.
but then also like
Yeah.
the accent makes it harder because I'm also like
Yeah.
not
It
understanding
does.
stuff.
Yeah, it does. I know. Uh, I don't know, man. Like, uh, okay, wait. I think I got it. Los chicos
Okay.
duermen
Okay.
juntos.
The boys sleep.
Yeah, juntos.
How do you spell it?
Juntos.
Juntos?
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to make this weird. I just looked at my bed. That's why I thought. So sorry. Keep going.
Does it mean
Juntos.
like together?
Yeah.
The boys sleep together.
Yeah.
Okay. I got it.
You got it.
Together. I'm Googling it.
Okay, you don't trust me.
Juntos. Juntos. How did
Juntos.
you say it?
Juntos.
Juntos.
Yeah, I think Argentinian accent is like the Italian accent of Spanish. I would say we sound kind of
I downloaded a Spanish
like,
app like ages ago, and I was
yeah.
letting it teach me words, and then I'm pretty sure I only remember like one word from when it taught me, and
Hmm.
it's such a word. People be like, oh, of course you remembered that one.
Which one?
I think George probably knows. I told George this before. I remember.
I
Which
don't
one
know.
is it? What
was it?
What was it?
Now I'm like getting like scared that I'm gonna say it and be like wrong, but
It's okay.
I heard Henyo.
Small?
Peño?
Soy Henyo.
Oh,
Genio. Oh, so you're a genius.
Yeah,
Uh,
Yeah,
I'm a genius.
you're a genius.
I
you're
know how to
from-
say I'm a genius. in
okay.
Spanish.
So you're from Argentina. Is
Yeah.
do you like Messi?
I know. I knew you were gonna ask about Messi. I knew it. It's so obvious. Everyone's
met
like,
him?
"Oh, you're from Argentina? Do
Have
you
you
know
met him?
Messi?" Yeah, I know
Is
him.
he your
He's
friend?
my uncle. My uncle.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah. Do you want me to say something to him?
Yeah, can you wait, can you tell him that I want to play football with him.
No.
Why?
I mean, are you good at football?
Yes.
Mm, I don't
I'm
know
very
that.
close to his skill.
Yeah, sure.
I am.
We have, George, we have beef when it comes to football.
Why?
Because Argentina, like England,
Oh,
yeah.
I
So,
guess.
yeah. You guess.
You think George like cares about England?
But
He doesn't.
well,
He'd be more likely to cheer for like the American team or something.
All right, who do you prefer, Messi or
there's no
Ronaldo?
American team in the World Cup dream.
Messi or Ronaldo?
Messi,
Why? Just because he's Argentinian?
yeah, because he's the best of the world.
Do you have a Messi shirt?
I do. I mean, I have like the
Is it?
Argentina, like
Is
the
it? It's like an Argentina one with
yeah,
Messi.
yeah,
Is he number 10?
yeah.
Okay,
Are you gonna watch the World Cup?
probably.
Oh, well, me too.
Yeah, I watch the World Cup when it happens.
Okay, me too. Here is like a whole thing. Like we closed schools to watch the World Cup.
I don't think we do that. I think the World Cup's normally in summer.
Yeah, it's normally like July, but for some reason this year it's like in December. So
It's in December.
yeah,
Oh,
I
it's
think it
probably
starts
because of the
in
temperature.
yeah,
It's
it
probably
starts
too
in
hot in summer.
November, and then it's in December. It's in Qatar.
Yeah, they would be too hot in summer.
Yeah,
I think that's why.
yeah, but we're gonna win. So
When was the last time Argentina won? Probably a
shut
long time
up.
ago.
Why would you ask that?
When did
I think it was in the
Argentina win the World Cup?
86, maybe. Tell me if I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
78 and 86.
Oh, I'm so smart.
Yeah. Do you like what's his name?
Maradona.
Yeah. Do you like his hand of God?
Well, yeah, it's a good play. I don't like him though, but he's dead, so it doesn't matter. We like Messi in here, and that's all that matters.
Do you like Di Maria?
Yeah, we call him Fideo, which means noodle because he's like super tall.
Oh, yeah. I don't know other players.
Do you know Kun Agüero? He plays in Manchester, I think.
I don't think so.
Or oh, he doesn't anymore. No, I don't know where he played. But he's also a streamer.
Wait, who?
Kun Agüero.
Oh, Aguero. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, I know Aguero.
you
Yeah.
should, you should, you should invite him to the S&P.
Aguero on the S&P. No, he used to play for Manchester City. I don't know who he plays for now.
He doesn't
Does he
play
even
anymore.
play? Oh,
No,
okay.
he got injured. So
Oh,
yeah, and Messi's retiring. Like this is his last World Cup.
crazy how he's not gonna win.
Shut up! What the heck?
Do you like that TikTok sound with Messi?
I do like the Messi, cara Messi, cara Messi.
What does that mean?
Oh well, encara is like a slang word of Argentina, and you say like when you want to get with someone, like to kiss them, you say encara. Like
Why is he saying that about Messi? He
well,
wants to kiss
because
Messi?
it no, it
Isn't it
also
like
means
the
like
lead up to a goal? Like, why would he be saying it then?
yeah. So it also means that. So it has like two meanings. So we say encara Messi when he's about to, you know, make a goal, but then also you can say encara to someone. Like if you're gonna encarar a alguien, it also means like you're gonna like get someone. You mean? So it has two
Mm.
meanings, and that's why the sound is like encara Messi, encara Messi. But you, but he mute.
Well, there you go. Law.
Lore, Argentina lore.
How do you spell it?
Encara.
Oh, I found it.
Oh,
Assistència de Xavi, més capadeta per Messi, 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 immens Messi, encara 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 Messi, gol, 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 gol,
It sounds like a
So
dog.
why do they say goal so many times?
I don't know. I don't think that's an Argentinian like.
I think it because I feel like I've seen that happen a lot, but we don't do that.
We don't do that as well. They just
No.
say go. Sorry,
Huh.
Jim, we're talking about football and you don't understand.
Oh yeah, no, I don't understand. I've never heard of it.
Well, okay. Whatever. I'm
All I
working, by the
know,
way. That's
I
big.
played soccer, so
Yeah. Well,
that's all
Well,
I
okay.
you must
heard
be really
play.
good.
I know.
And Messi.
Encara Messi. Yeah, we have a lot of swear words, so I don't want to teach you that because I know you don't swear.
Alright, I would never do that.
Yeah, I will never
I
swear.
just looked up.
Swears.
Wait.
What? Sorry, what, Dream? Oh,
What?
okay. Okay. No, I thought you said something.
I think
Sorry.
I did. I don't remember what I said though.
Okay.
And cara means face, apparently.
Yeah, cara means face.
I put en cara into Google Translate and it says face.
Well, Google Translate doesn't know anything.
It does. It does.
Okay.
It does.
Okay. It does.
He knows everything.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
En cara Messi.
And cara Messi. You know, whenever the World Cup is happening and Argentina plays against England, you're gonna remember me.
What if they don't play England?
They will, and we will win, and you will be like, ah,
Imagine
man,
it's
en cara
England
Messi.
against Argentina in the
No,
finals.
no.
That'd be funny.
And we win, yeah, that would be so cool.
World Cup. What are they called? Like groups? Aren't they
Bracket.
already in? Aren't they
We're
already?
not in the same group. No, I think Argentina's in group.
Oh yeah.
Didn't
You're
did
in
it
Group
did like
C.
did like the US get kicked out? Or not kicked out, but like they lost or
I don't know. Oh wait, I think.
they left.
Oh no, they're not. They're here. Wait, are they? I don't know.
I remember seeing that we were in
Oh
the
wait,
same
no,
group
wait,
as
they're in the England
Mexico or
group.
something.
They're in
yeah,
the
or
England
England.
group.
That's what it was. I remember we were in the same group as England, but then like I thought that they said that are they gone?
No, they said what? What?
Ori's gone. If that's their name.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know. I thought that they said that that America wasn't in the World Cup. That's why earlier
Who?
I thought Ori.
Oh, what? Wait, I don't remember that.
Well, that's what they said. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. Well, according to this website, they are in it.
Yeah, I'm
So
pretty sure we are because I remember seeing that we were in the same bracket as
that's funny.
England.
Wait, how does it work? World Cup. Fixtures. Okay. Okay, all the games are lined up. So you can see them here. Okay. So England plays America on the 25th of November for the group stage match.
No way.
Yep.
Where?
It doesn't say. Oh, it does. It's in the, I don't know how you say it, Al Bayt Stadium,
Where?
Qatar.
Huh.
That's where the World Cup is. They're all there, but like in different
Yeah.
stadiums. So England. So how does it work? I think the top 2 teams of each group go through. And then how does it work out who plays who after that? I want to see if England would play Argentina in like the next round, assuming they both get through, but it doesn't say. I guess we'll have to wait to see.
I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. Next time on World Cup tournament.
So it begins on the 21st of November and ends on the 18th of December. Goes for a whole month. That's funny. We're in the same group. I feel like potentially we could, I think maybe we'll both be at the top of the group. So then we will progress together.
That would be pretty funny.
Pretty funny, huh?
Huh?
Huh. Huh.
So what are you doing, George?
Does that explain it?
Does that explain? No. I guess. Fine, whatever.
Okay.
Guys, I didn't kick her.
It was me. It was me all along. Yes.
Or you said you did. No, I did not. I didn't. This is slander. I was literally mid talking. I
Check
did
the
not.
logs.
Can I check the logs? How do I check the logs?
Mm.
I'm checking the logs. That is slander. That's actually fucked. Moderation. Wait, audit log. When did it happen? Time.
Mm.
Wasn't that long ago. It doesn't show anything in the logs. They weren't kicked. Yeah. They were not kicked, as far as I can see.
Wait, I can literally see where you kicked her.
You're such a fucking liar. Discord kicked her. Oh.
Huh?
Oh. Soup said they accidentally disconnected them when they joined. Trying to connect them back now.
Wait, what?
Just one of the Discord mods. Disconnected them on accident.
Exposed.
Yeah. I was getting slandered. I had to defend myself. Brrrr.
Encara Messi.
Mm, mm, mm.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm back. What?
you've returned.
I'm back. Everyone's happy. Look. They
Where did
like
you
me.
go?
They like me. Okay.
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 This is how we started last time.
Yeah, it is. I didn't hear your discussion about the workup, but I don't care anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of like pointless for you to discuss it, right?
Yeah, because we're just gonna win. So
Okay.
yeah,
It's been like 40 years. What do you think it's gonna change?
yeah. I have a theory, but I cannot say it out loud because if I say it, then we're gonna lose. So
Okay.
you're just gonna have to trust me. If we win, you know why.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who even wins the World Cup? World Cup winners.
You know
History.
something that sucks that I think it was on the last World Cup. That was so heartbreaking. We got into the finals and we lost.
Oh yeah, I see that. You lost. Huh.
I cried.
You did it as well in 1990 and you lost.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that I have a theory.
Oh, your theory is that what?
No, I'm not gonna say it. I just told you, like, if I say it, it's gonna.
But
They win the
England,
next year because they won the next year after
yeah,
last time they lost in the finals.
but England
No,
won
no.
in 1966. So explain that.
I don't care. How many cups do you have?
One. There hasn't been that many
You
World
know,
Cups.
the
To be
second.
fair, England probably has more World Cups than George has cups like in his kitchen or something because he probably has nothing.
I have cups.
Guys, the other day, it actually, yeah, I'll tell the story. George was being an idiot, and George goes to like pop popcorn, and he goes into the kitchen. He's like, "Can you pop popcorn?" It's like, "Can you do it?" It's like, "Yeah." He's like, "How much do I put in?" He starts like pouring so much oil. Like, you don't need that much. Like, you don't need that much oil. He puts like barely any oil. Well, I mean, not barely, but like way too much oil. And then he starts pouring in. And we're like, "That's good." After he puts in more, and then he puts in like so many more, like kernels, like popcorn kernels. And then he turns it on, and they start like popping. He's like going crazy about it. He's like, "Oh my god! Like, I'm making popcorn. Like, this is awesome." And then like he realizes he doesn't have bowls. Like, he doesn't have any bowl in his kitchen. He has no bowls. So as it's like popping, he's like looking around the kitchen, like trying to find bowls as like it's popping. And of course, he put way too many kernels, so it starts like overflowing, and like the thing that it's like popping around. He's like screaming and like going crazy as the popcorn's like popping everywhere. And then he's like, "Oh my god!" And he's like running around, and then he ended up going under the cabinet and like getting like a mixing bowl or something. And he like comes over and he's like trying to like scoop the popcorn like as it's popping into this like this bowl, and it's like popping all over the floor and like all over the cabinet. And then that's the story, and it was over.
Incredible. Incredible
Wow,
story.
nice story.
Wow. Coach doesn't have a bowl. Congrats.
Yeah, he doesn't. never
I
really
do
I
have
don't have
bowls, but
bowls
they're
either.
like soup bowls. So like they're like not that deep, you know. They're shallow.
Yeah.
Hardly any countries have won the World Cup. France, Germany, Spain, Italy, Brazil,
Oh, we won
Argentina,
2, so
and
yeah.
England
And one of
and
those
Uruguay.
2, we won against England. So
Wait, what?
yeah, like the last one, I believe the finals were Argentina versus England.
It was Germany.
Well,
You
the
don't
one
know your
before that,
law.
the one before that,
No, it was Netherlands.
it was. Oh no, I know what I'm talking about.
What are you
It's
talking about?
because I don't know if it was the last one or the other one, you guys stopped playing because of us because we cut you off.
Oh,
Yeah.
so wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think only 9 countries have won the World Cup. Not that many.
How many the World Cup? How many World Cups have there been?
1,
Oh.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21. Assuming this is all of them. I don't know. I think this is all of them.
Yeah, I think they.
That one's every 4 years, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it started in 1930.
Oh. Well, now you know something new.
So what was it? 23 World Cups? Did I say?
I think so.
I don't know. I think it's 21. And then this is going to be the 22nd one. But only 9 teams have won.
22nd.
Uruguay, Italy, Germany, Brazil, England, Argentina.
Oh, you know something I want to say? Doesn't have to do with the World Cup, but Dream,
France and Spain.
whenever you're playing GeoGuessr, you always guess Argentina right away. I don't know how you do it. Like, you're actually pretty good at that.
Here's a
Thank
cheat.
you. I don't. I was literally just thinking like, what do I notice in Argentina that would make me guess it?
Like,
I don't know.
every time you've guessed Argentina, and I'm always surprised. I'm like, how do you know that?
I'm guessing it's probably.
Here's a secret to tell everyone.
Is he
I'm
Argentinian?
gonna think. I think Argentina. Well, there's Spanish, obviously, and then I think. Tell me if this is right. Do
Yeah.
you have on your roads? Do you have uh white? I mean, white lines in the middle.
In the middle. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
Oh.
Other Spanish countries don't have that. Well, they
Oh.
do, but a lot less frequent though. It's a lot less frequent. Like Argentina it's way more frequent in Argentina.
Also, the license
I'm
plate,
talking about
right?
Spanish speaking countries, not outside. Obviously, there's a lot of countries with white line in the middle that are outside of South America. But oh yeah, the license plate. Oh yeah, the license plate. Argentina's license plate has a black dot in the middle.
It's actually not a dot, but yeah.
Well, it
It's
looks like
just
a black dot because it's blurred.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah.
Also, you said you called Di Maria Noodle because he's tall. He's not even that tall. He's
Yeah.
5'11".
Well, he's tall for us, so.
Oh,
You would be really tall here, George.
I am really tall.
Yeah, you are. Sure.
Average height, Argentina.
Oh my god.
Let's see. It's
Dream
5'8"
would
and a half.
be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So yeah, I'm really tall. I'm above average.
Yeah, you are. Dream would be like giant,
Not that giant.
kind of.
And Karamesi height.
Let me see. You see, it's
He
so good.
is.
Like,
He's
it's so
5'7".
He, yeah, you know,
I
he
thought he was
wasn't.
shorter.
No, like his whole like history comes from him not being able to play football because he was too short. So he went to like a doctor, and they started like a like a treatment to make him taller so he could play. And so they made him a little bit taller and now he plays. But they will like overestimate him because he was short.
So how tall was he before?
I don't know. Messi
Oh.
lore.
Messi law. Encara Messi law.
Encara Messi. If you say encara Messi to Quackity, he's not going to understand you, by the way. Just saying.
Why?
Because he doesn't know what encara means. It's Argentinian slang.
Oh. Does he think it means face?
Probably.
He's an idiot.
He isn't, but okay.
You can say it. It's fine.
I don't think he is. He's really smart.
We're wrong.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Dream was muted.
I was.
He
for,
hates you.
2 seconds.
Why were you muted?
Because moving, and I didn't want to be annoying.
Oh my god, don't move. How dare you move?
This is my chair. My chair's annoying.
How dare you move? That would be annoying.
Yeah, I know.
Gulp,
Mm.
gulp,
Mm.
gulp.
Yeah. Gulp.
Gulp,
Gulp.
gulp,
Gulp.
gulp,
Gulp.
gulp,
Gulp.
gulp,
Gulp.
gulp,
Gulp.
gulp.
Yes, gulp.
Okay, gulp.
We get it. Gulp.
Okay, we get it. Okay, gulp.
Why do we keep doing
I
this?
don't know. I don't know. I always do that, and I know you do it, but like, I don't know.
Hmm.
I can also do the water drop sound, but I don't think I'm gonna do it right now.
George can.
Wait. No, I can't. Okay.
Oh, that was good.
Okay. Thank you. That's not true.
Huh?
That's not true.
It is. Es
Hmm.
verdad.
Es verdad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sí.
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 Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Sí. Ja.
Encara
Ooh.
Messi.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
so funny.
Yeah.
Mm.
I know.
Mm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you make the goofy sound? That's not goofy.
That's not goofy either.
That's not goofy.
Like Scooms.
Okay. Someone said copying these nuts.
That's not funny.
You laughed.
That's
So
actually, that's fucked up.
Okay, sorry.
No es
Gracias.
gracioso. Yeah. Sí.
Yeah. You know Spanish.
Yes. I do.
Sí.
Mhm.
George sabe español.
Sí.
George no tiene bowls.
Who?
Asked. Oh,
Oh,
Huh?
just owned you.
Wait, what? What happened? Uh-huh.
I
Yeah,
owned you.
How? What did he say?
got owned.
I'm not gonna repeat it.
Oh. Okay.
Just know that you got epically owned.
You don't know what happened.
I do.
He does.
You said who, and she replied, ass.
Actually?
Yeah. George is gonna kick you now. I'm just letting you know.
No, don't. People are gonna get mad if you kick me.
George doesn't care.
I know he doesn't care.
Mm. Okay.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
We're not gonna start it again.
So,
So, George, do you have an iPad?
no.
Oh, sorry.
Do you?
I don't. I want one so bad. But like, I want to be an iPad kid, but I can't. So I'm saving for one.
Okay. Why do you want an iPad so badly?
Because I can play games. Like, you know, those dumb games that are like, they have like a million ads on them and they don't make sense. Do you know the ones that I'm talking about?
I don't really play games.
What the? Why?
Mm.
Aren't you like a gamer? You don't
I
even play
guess.
games? You don't even play games.
Yeah. I don't really play games that much.
Well, okay.
Yeah. What are you clicking?
Oh, what the? Why you care?
Oh, okay.
I'm working.
Working. What are you working on?
My job.
Oh, okay. Multitasking, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess you should sleep then.
Oh, you're trying to get rid of me. Right.
No.
You guys talk. Bye.
What?
Oh.
George. He's joking. He's coming back. George, come back. George, please. George. George.
George.
No. George. He's gone.
What?
He's gone.
Really?
Why is he gone? Why? Why? George. George. George.
Don't cry. He'll come back.
No, he won't.
He will. He will. It's
Oh.
okay.
Messi,
George.
encara Messi,
Oh.
encara Messi.
George. George.
I think if you say the magic words, he will come back.
George, please. I said the magic word.
No, I don't think that's a magic word. Word.
It's not?
No.
What the fuck is the magic word?
Encaramesi?
I will butcher it.
No, you have it. Come on. Encara.
Cara?
Encara. Mm-hmm.
Encara Messi. Encara Messi.
Yes. He's not here. Okay, it didn't work.
I tried my best.
You did.
I tried my best. George. So just tell us if you're leaving, George. So just tell me if you're leaving so I know.
Oh. He came back. Hola.
Mm. Can everyone shut up?
What? The fuck did you say to me?
Why are you acting like you didn't hear it?
I didn't.
Okay. Obviously you did.
Everybody's telling me to teach you a bad word.
Bad word.
Yeah. See, so everyone's like, do it, do it, do it.
Alright, do it.
Okay. Do you want like a bad word, like not that bad, or like a bad word? It's nothing offensive. Like,
You
it's
want to
okay.
get fucking canceled
No.
tonight, George, or do you want to?
No, it's not offensive. I haven't set you up.
Go ahead, Dream.
What? Why am I? How am I? It's you.
Why?
It's you.
It's
What's
no,
me?
it's you.
It's you.
What's
Okay.
me?
You're the one learning the bad word.
No, I'm not. You're the one who wanted the Spanish lessons.
No, but you're
I'll
the one that
take
wanted the
them.
bad word.
Take the Spanish lessons.
No.
You're gonna take them.
No, I am not.
It doesn't count as a bad word if you say in Spanish.
That's true.
No.
I guess you just don't trust Ori.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah. If you trusted, then you'd do it.
Oh,
Hi.
my cat is talking to me. She's like,
Gato.
yeah, mi gato. Do you like the TikTok sound? It says el gato.
I don't know it.
What?
Mm-hmm.
You do. You do.
No.
Wait. What? I'll show you. Give me 1 second. How do I find it? Oh, that's not it. That one.
I have never heard that.
What?
That
I've never
might
heard that
be
either.
that might be an Argentinian thing.
It's not. Everyone knows it. Look at the chat.
I haven't heard it.
Someone said I know it and I'm British, so
Well, I don't. So explain
okay.
that.
I don't know.
I'm tired. I'm tired. I am tired. I am
Alright.
tired. I am tired.
Go to sleep.
I'm tired.
Then go to sleep.
Remember what happened last time you told me to go to sleep? You cried.
Yeah, but then the difference is this time just actually say you're leaving and you're going to sleep, and then we can all end. It'll be fine.
Well, I can't. I just ordered food, so. So. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired.
Did you order McDonald's?
No.
No.
He did, didn't he?
I think he
No.
did.
I
He
didn't.
did.
I didn't.
He probably
Oh,
did.
He did.
I really don't get McDonald's that
Yeah, he
much.
actually did.
I
I know
don't get it
exactly
that
what he got
much.
too. He got mozzarella dippers and I don't know, something else.
Wow, you really know me.
I do. Yeah.
I haven't had McDonald's in a while. Actually, I got it somewhat recently, but then before then it was a while. Oh, even the most recent one was 10 days ago. Okay, and then the one before that was a week before then. But then, okay, wait, there was another one as well. What?
You get it pretty frequently, I guess.
Wait, I guess I get it more than I thought. But then before then, it's not. I don't see anymore. I don't get it that much. Sometimes I do.
Stop. I'm sick. That's fucked up.
Yeah, don't make fun of her.
You're making fun of me because I'm sick.
Whoa, Argentina isn't that far behind me in terms of time.
Oh no, just I think it's 4 hours.
3.
3. Okay.
That's crazy. You're like the same time, basically.
I know England. I've been there.
Oh.
That doesn't add up because that means that she's 2 ahead of me, and then that means if I say, "Oh, it's
I
basically the same
am.
time," and you say you're basically the same time as that, then you're basically the same time as me too.
Oh no, because 5 is a lot further than 3. In my opinion.
Hmm.
But 3 is a lot further than like 1.
Obviously.
I agree
I
though.
feel
I
like
think
when
within
it, I would say
3
like 2, it's like almost it doesn't matter. 3, it's getting, it's pushing it. 4 is like, okay, now it's kind of different, and then 5 is okay, it's different enough now. There you go.
But now, like, I think it's because it's summer time, so you guys change. But we always have the same time.
No, so sometimes it's 4, but in
Yeah,
summer it's 3.
exactly.
Exactamente.
Exactamente.
Claro.
Claro.
I'm tired.
All right.
Okay.
Just wait till
I'm gonna
McDonald's
go to
gets there,
bed.
and then
Go to bed. Fine, I'm going to bed.
One.
I
One
don't even care. I'm
second.
just not gonna get the food. I don't care.
I'll be knocking on your door.
It's gonna get soggy.
I'll eat it in like 12 hours.
Ew. Someone asked. I'm like the translator. Not translator, but like I'm asking everything that people want to know. What happened to the Minecraft server, George? The one that you had?
Oh. Um. Uh. I don't know.
Okay.
I
He
forgot.
knows. He's lying.
All right, fine. I'll say it. Callahan's busy.
With
Some stupid stuff.
like
Don't know.
fair enough.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about it actually. Okay, I'm messaging Callahan.
Callahan's like listening and message you, didn't
Yeah. I am. I messaged him. Are
did.
you listening? And he said, "No, you're not."
I literally like that's epic. As soon as you laughed, I knew that happened. What?
Nothing.
Give Callahan talk.
I asked Callahan, when will it be ready? Let's see. No response yet? Not even typing. Why aren't you typing? Okay, Callahan's typing. He didn't answer the question. See, this is messed up.
messed up.
Yep.
I forget you can hear me, so I just repeated the word and I forgot you could hear me. I kind of have to go.
Okay. Yeah.
Should I say
Okay.
all right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It was
All right.
nice meeting you.
It was nice meeting you guys as well. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
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 Who was that?
I don't know. All right. All right.
Dream.
Yeah.
Say it.
All right. Brandon. Peace,
All right.
nerds. All right. 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 Love you guys. Talk soon. Peace. This was fun. Thank you, George, for coming and chilling. All right. All right. All right. All right. Peace. All right. Bye bye. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right.